Don't you know you might find a better place to play? You sad that you've never been, with all the things that you've seen. So I start a revolution from my bed, 'cause I saw the things I had on to my head. So outside, summertime, stand up beside the fireplace, take that look from your face. You ain't never gonna burn my heart out. So Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. So start to wait. Go back again. You see. To the place where you go, where nobody knows. This is not our day. Please don't put your life in the hands of a rock and roll band. Throw it all away. So I start a revolution from my bed, 'cause I said things I felt in my head. Step outside, summertime. Stand up beside the fireplace, take that look from off your face. You ain't never gonna work my heart out. So Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. So slide away. Go back in. Take me to the place where you go, when nobody knows. This is not our day. Please don't put your life in my hand. I'm a rock and roll band. Throw it all away. So I start a revolution from my bed. As I said, things I had went to my head. Step outside, summertime's in the stand up beside the fireplace, take that look from off your face. 'Cause you ain't never gonna burn my heart out. So sorry can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. So sorry to wait. Get back here. I hate to say. So sorry to wait. She knows it's too late. to say. Someone's battling through their magic stories and the prayers. Whoever it is, I wish they cut it out quick, but when they will, I can only kill you. Yes, I shot a man angry and took his wife to Italy. She hurt $1,000,000, and when she died, it came to me. I can't help it if I'm lucky. People see me all the time, but they just don't remember how to act. Their minds are filled with big ideas, with their images and distorted facts. Well, even you, yesterday, you had to ask me where I was at. I couldn't believe after all these years you didn't know me any better. Sweet lady. Back roads headed south. Long time you see, you're an idiot. It's a wonder that you still know how to be. I call each and every day. There said there'd be some fire at the well. I haven't tasted peace and quiet love for so long. It seems I've lived in hell. There's a lone soldier on the hill. He's watching falling raindrops pour. You never know what to look at him. Not the final shot he's won the war. After years on the roadside, just dreaming about the rain from sometimes out. Flames burning in my brain at breakneck speed and making me see stars. You hurt the ones that I love best and cover up the truth with although I know you'll be in the ditch with your eyes buzzing around, your eyes wide on your side. Through the curtains in your room, run through the flowers every time you you're ready, that's the one that you still know I love you. It was gravity which pulled us in, and destiny which tore us apart. You tamed the lion in my cage, but it just wasn't enough to change my heart. Now everything's a little upside down. As a matter of fact, the wheels don't stop. What's good is bad, what's bad is good. You find out when you reach the top. You're on the bottom. I noticed at the ceremony that you went and left your bags behind. The driver came and after you left, he gave them all to me and then he resigned. Well, the priest wore black on the 7th day. We waltzed around while the building burned. You didn't trust me for a minute, babe. I've never known the spring to turn so quickly into autumn. Oh, yeah, dear friend. But every time you move your jaw, from the ground cooling down to the body roll. Yeah, dear friend. Every time you move your teeth, you're an idiot, baby. It's the one that I still know how. I'm holding each and every day. They say somewhere out the way. The hound I made behind your trees as I was packing up my uniform. Oh, I figured I'd lost you anyway, like a wall. In order to gather the word with you, I'd have had to come up with something. It just struck me kind of funny. Well, I've been double-crossed now for the very last time, and now I'm finally free. Visions of your chestnut mare on the borderline that's a little from me. Or down the highway, down the tracks, down the road to ecstasy. I followed you beneath the stars, bounded by your memory and all your rage and sorrow. Through the buttons in our cool, blown through the letters that we wrote. Blown through the dust on our shell. Stop sending letters, they always get burned. It's not like the movies. They face our How was you in the next life? Greetings, friends. I will see you in this life, I hope. I think the next life lasts forever. So, therefore, by extension, mental extension, this life has to last forever. Laugh forever. You have to laugh at the thought itself. How you doing? How you doing? Right. Let me get a drink. Of course, you know I need a drink to wet my whistle after all of that. Cheers. Love to all my friends. Give me a hug there. Love and hug to all. And I hope the music came across reasonably okay. I know I had the balance wrong, when to sing loud, when to sing softly, but it is what it is. And everything outside of the now is just a memory. It's a memory to you. If it's a memory to me, well, then it has to be a memory to you. Otherwise, what do you possess that I don't? And let me know. Join or let me know in the chat if you're in the chat. And otherwise, yeah, I think we can all appreciate the same things. We can all appreciate the love, the opposite. We can appreciate the truth, the lie. But yeah, who's fooling who at the end of the day? Fooling anyone else, friends. Fooling yourself. And that's the simple truth in life. But so cheers. Oval, I love you all, and I mean that sincerely. A few special thoughts of mine, but that's okay. Right. Great. Let me start by saying I guess it would be more so wise to keep the hangouts a little bit shorter. Then I could go on because you have to have 20 hours per month. I can pay a little bit extra if I want, but I'm not too inclined to do that. But 20 hours per month, I reckon, a couple of hours here, a couple of hours there will last me up to the next reckoning, and that's probably okay. Rather than just fucking being self-indulgent, narcissistic, and just waffling on for hours. But at the same time, not beating myself up, because if I go off the air here, I'll be doing something else outside of that. So we all spend our time in the now. Don't forget that, friends. You just have to come to redefine what the now is. And the only way you can do that, according to previous or prior thinking, is in relation to what you've been told time is and what you've been told or what you've been dictated to, I guess, about the past. And the past intrinsically is ingrained into all of us. The minute your parents relinquish responsibility and send you to the school, my mother never told me I lived on a ball earth. I don't remember any of them saying anything about any time. But I do remember me myself saying it to my son, my beautiful son Stephen, that from the earliest of times, this is what I think you are, my love. This is where I think you are, and develop it from there. Imagine the shock when I came to realize that I was fucking wrong all along, only because, well, I was repeating I was a parrot. I didn't believe it, but I trusted. What did I trust in? The greater mind of the greater man. Is that what rules everything? Is that? Is that? Would you be impressed? Would you bow down to a mind of a man who could, well, beat you IQ wise any test you choose to do? You would not in fucking reality, because you know for certain you can beat him at something else. Something else. What's it all about ultimately? Impressing the women, right? Impressing the ladies for a man. What's it all about for the woman? I don't know. I can't go there. I have thoughts in it. I have thoughts in it, but I can't go there. But once I get beyond that, and once we see that women, male and female, are divided aspects of the whole, the greater whole, in a fucking, excuse my language, in a spiraling fashion, you reconnect me and you as my female counterpart, and vice versa. If you're female, your male counterpart. But then you got a different thing entirely, and you know what I think you end up with? A double-sided eagle. And would you believe? Remember, I posted the last time about the pillars of creation. That comes from the Eagle Nebula. And I'll just tell you, friends and my loves everywhere, we're all the same here. I love you all. You don't believe me? Fucking hell, what am I supposed to do? But the same story that applies to you has to apply to me, because if you didn't believe in yourself, how would you teach your child the way? How would you try to teach your lover the way? You know? Now, what is a greater backdrop for our existence? That's what's to be reckoned with. Ultimately, that's what Corona was about. I've said it from the very start. You can go back to my hangouts, and not to mind what I've thought myself, to mind the experiences I've went to and the interactions, encounters I went through in reality. But I've said it from the start. Corona, it's a symbolic thing as opposed to a physical thing. There's never any threat from any fucking flu. What do you think? You're not strong enough to be able to cope and cater with that? It was a test of your own fucking strength, my friends, male or female, whatever. It doesn't matter. Child, remember all the children were immune from it at the very start? Come on, no. You know what I mean? This is all a greater um, playing out, greater playing out. But that's what it is, a greater script being unraveled for all of us. And ultimately, life is about a test for ourselves. I guess at every moment you have to be happy with yourself in the minute, in the instant. Because if you're not, and if you recognize that you're not, but then you gotta change things within your greater understanding, within your greater reckoning. That's a good way of putting it. Because I don't pretend for a second I have a grasp on your greater reckoning. What's the point of doing all of this? I told you many times, and I pass no apologies. I'll show you how to pass no apologies. I'll go to the fucking window now and smoke a joint, and not say anything. Because who am I talking to? But if I knew certain people were listening, if I knew my son Stephen was listening, I'd put on the best show ever. Put on the best show ever. I would. Put on my best gear ever. memories. Isn't that what it is, friends? If you were to get a knock in your head in the morning and all your memories went, what would you be? What would you be then? And therefore, everything about us in this instant is just a memory. But is it memory coming from a material only substance, which is the body? I know I'm a fine body, 6'2", definitely I'm about 6'3" in my shoes, but about 6'2", 6'1 3/4", not to blow my own trumpet. I measure that on my bare foot, but I measure that precisely, and 6'1 3/4" is my natural height. But yeah, do you think this is? I thought this is what I was. I thought this is what it was, but this was just my thought of myself. Coming to flat Earth and honestly, it was a transitional point, absolutely. And I was led there. I understand now that I was led there. So therefore, I've come to the ultimate conclusion. I was led there by who? By God. By God, the greater power. Who is God? My son is God. My son is God more so than I am. But my son is me. In the Bible, if you see dichotomous thinking, you got science, you got religion. What if the truth is a blend of both? What if the truth is there and the knowing minds created the division for the purposes of our experiences in life, which were born into division only for the ultimate purposes of reunification, the possibility ingrained within the thread of life to come together with yourself and realize this stuff. But ultimately, should you shed this mortal coil, you will come to the same realization. It was heliocentrism, well, one Aristarchus of Samos. Now, the man never existed. If it's a greater tale to be told, then by us following the clues, we can come to reckoning with the external reality, or more closer to reckoning with the external reality. But most specifically and most fundamentally, we can understand that the thinking about the external reality comes from us ourselves. So therefore, we are predominant. We are primordial. We are utmost significance in this greater experience we're all having. Say we, me and you, I and you. Who else is there? So you listening to that, you would transfer it and say, if you agree with me, fundamentally 100%, you would say, from your point of view, I and you, I would be you to you, whereas I am me to me, I am I to I. So that's the distinction. When we come to flat Earth, though, certain things are brought to our attention. Mount Meru, me are you. A Meru car has been a major significance, a major influence in recent world history and beyond. These are all memories, friends. Remember, these are all memories. These are all collations of memories of ideas taught, learned, or expressed by others. So what do you make of them at this moment, right now? Right now, answer. And I don't mean to put pressure on you in that way, but remember, we've been given these facilities to communicate across the world. I love you all. I'm just back. You don't know anything about me. I'm off Gem Panda's channel. Shout out to Gem Panda, one of the top men in this arena. And he provides the forum for open chat. It's Humans of Earth channel. If you haven't heard of it, if you're interested in asking questions, well, go there, because you'll know immediately what's what or what isn't, but you learn as you go along. I guess if you recognize that it's all a play, this life is a theater, well, then you recognize via your own inimitable powers who's playing their part and who isn't. But you got to be as keen as mustard. You got to be as wise as Sherlock Holmes. Who, if you're not, who are you selling short? I view these. This is all shit simple for all of us. All of it is. We've just been placed within a certain confine, though, which happens to be universal, where nothing matters. But within your own mind, what does it matter? Let me ask you a question. What does it matter that if you strive your whole life to make inroads towards a certain goal? Einstein, for instance, the heroes put up. What does it matter if you fucking die having an idea, a grasp idea on your version of reality according to your own trek? Why does it fucking matter? It doesn't matter a goddamn in that setting, because he says that the universe is just came out of nothing and that we are just a small blip in everything. So no matter what the mind of man, which encompasses woman, male, female, no matter what the mind of man can come up with, it's irrelevant. So who gives a fuck after all then? That's why. That's a very fucking first step that you got to realize that there's more to the story. And of course there is. What if everything is opposite? What if all of us are in Underland? What if the truth is presented to us via the opposition, the lie? What would you make of it then? I will tell you what you'll make of it, my friends. You will say you knew all along. And I know you will. But you just went along. You just went along. Go along, get along, go along, get along. Don't sell yourself short, friends, because who will be out of pocket? Yourself. I'll take a picture of a cloud structure outside the window. Actually, now I get my phone here because I have a new, relatively new phone, so I can take pictures. But I'll tell you what I see straight away: elephant facing the clouds. I connect that with my own story. You wouldn't be able to connect it, but I connect it with my own story. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, perfect. Caught that picture. Good pictures to show you. Brilliant that I have a new phone. It's only €50 phone or something like that, but it's capable of taking videos on the fly. And look forward to more, depending what happens from here, look forward to more uploads on PJ's channel, just about simple things, short uploads, but realizations that came to years ago, which are of the utmost significance. When I mentioned the pillars of creation, Eagle Nebula, there's a greater context to it. As flat earthers, the earth is not flat. The surface we live on is flat, but the earth is not flat. If I said the earth is flat, it'd be the same way as me saying the table was flat. And you'd come along and say, well, hang on, the table isn't flat because you're after undrilling the screw that makes up or connects the table or makes the table, a constituent part of the table. And you say to me, well, is that flat? I go, oh, no, I'm embarrassed. Well, no, the earth is not flat, but the surface we live on is the tabletop. Whatever is the structure beneath is a different matter. But something is fucking moving as well. The ultimate distinction, the ultimate purpose of all of this path, this route, this pathway. Oh, I haven't seen my beautiful son most of life. If the world was going to end, my Steve would be in my arms. And even if it was a false alarm, my Steve would be in my arms. And everyone else then will sort of gather around if that was the way. And if it was a false alarm, it would still be the same thing. I hope you have someone to gather up into your own arms if the world was about to end. That's my Steve, and I haven't seen my Steve in 7 years. His birthday is on June the 3rd. I don't know what to do about it, but I haven't seen him come June the 3rd in 7 years. And that was back in 2015. And the last time I saw him before that was on his birthday a year beforehand. Not terrible, friends. But he's the one I gather up into my arms. Like at the end of what was the one? What was it? What was it? Impact? Not Impact. What was it? Deep Impact. It was. Remember? And the guy was at the beach, and the scientists came along, and they knew about But they were together at the end when the fucking massive tidal wave came in, and that was the end of it. I do recognize, though, friends, we live forever. We live forever. This is a shell. This is a beautiful shell. Love yourself. It's a beautiful shell, but it's not you completely. It's not you entirely. You are a mix, a blend of your four things. You're a blend of four things. You are the mind, you are the heart, you are the spirit, and you are the body. Now, any flat earthers out here, you know, they tell you about early Mercator projections and the four divisions, the four rivers at the north. This is telling you about your own divide. This is telling us about our own divide. And it's not just a one-dimensional four division, it's a three-dimensional four division. So we have, I'm only saying as far as I reckon, and if I'm not fucking free to say it on my own channel, well, where I can't speak to anyone, imagine me and Steve being here. Steve is 20, by the way. He was born in 2002. Imagine me and Steve being here. Honest to God, we'd be the most famous fucking musicians on the planet, first of all. We'd write the best of songs, but outside of that, that doesn't matter. Take another picture of the clouds, friends. And if you're not paying attention to your own local sky, that's your problem. See the pillars of creation. Would you believe I can see the fucking pillars of creation outside my window now? In formation. Pillars of creation in formation. It's the same source. It's supplying all of the energy within this flat, enclosed Earth surface that we're in. Well, the biggest question you got to ask yourself, if you're a flat earther, what is beneath us? What is Earth? And I'm not saying I have the answers. You have the answers. You got to come to terms with yourself. Everything means something. Everything means nothing. Heliocentrism, science tells you everything means nothing ultimately or fundamentally. When we come away from that, what's the opposing argument? You answer me. Who am I even taking these images for? I don't know what I'm even taking these images for. It's just with the new phone, a relatively new phone anyway, which I only dumbass figured out how to use. Anyway, yeah, who's going to tell you what's what? Who's going to tell you what's what? What's the point in you listening here? I never look back at my own channel here. I'm always here at the time, you know what I mean? So I always have to be accountable because I recognize, who am I speaking to? Who am I trying to impress? Well, I'm just speaking to myself, speaking openly, but aware that there's potentially people listening. But I never listen back. I very, very, very rarely listen back to any of my shows. And about 170 shows, and I've gone on for fucking 7 or 8 hours sometimes. And I know some of the early shows are very, very significant. What I say is significant in the sense that the vast majority of the world accepts that we live in a spinning ball Earth, in a heliocentric model, wrapped in a galactic system, ultimately encompassed within a Big Bang model. Let me tell you what the Big Bang is about, ultimately, in metaphorical sense. I came up with a new word, as I said earlier on, metaphorsics, or maybe I said it elsewhere. metaphorically. We live in a metaphysical reality. In other words, our being is not just purely material. We have a spirit to us. And within the spirit, which is the greater encompassment, we have the division, which is the mind and, well, the heart. The heart is the core of everything within the material realm, which, as we understand, heart, H-E-A-R-T, is an anagram of earth. Earth, Mother Earth. Mother represents the material, the core of the material. And ultimately, that's what the G represents. That's why the woman has the G spot. There's a cut off. It's not any declaration or determination of division or significance. This is just the way it is. A woman, if you're a woman listening, any women listening, if you're a woman listening, you are nothing without a man. And any man listening, you are nothing without a woman. Now, you have to understand, though, what I mean by that is you can be completely independent by yourself as long as you get your mind straight. But in terms of our experience here, we are male divided from female and self divided from self in a spiraling fashion down the spine. This is what phi is about. This is what pi in motion is about. If you think about the point at the top of my finger and I move it, right? I can move it around and around. I can move it up and down, and I can move it in and out. There's no other way I can move it. I can move it down there, but it's just a portion or a determination, a vector of when I move it on this axis, which is a planar axis. This applies to you, friends. You know all this stuff inside yourself. You know it all. So when we think of the earth being in a divided state, well, how are you divided? That's where put your male and female account. That's why we love. That's why we love our opposing aspects. I don't mean to say that you can't love women. I don't mean to say that women can't love women, or men can't love men. I think in obvious terms, that's the only thing that it would lead to. Because who do women spend their lives around? Women who can talk to most, relate to most, but who, same thing with men. But ultimately, the perfect man, the perfect relationship is a perfect union of a male and a female, because the female lacks what the male has. Now, it's not too hard to understand when we think about in sexual terms. When a man gets an erection, the blood flows and there is a gap, and then it flows out, right? And therefore, whatever is there in its way will expand. The female is the gap that expansion fits into. It's a mirror image of one, and as a female, I don't know anything about this, little about it anyway, but every month, what do you have? Your period, where you release blood. It's as if something is cut off. It's as if the blood that's flowing in the erection is not allowed to complete its journey. So this is the idea, and these are pretty deep ideas, I will admit, but I will say something to you, that there's nothing new under ARISTARCHUS. Imagine you choose to pick up a crossword. Imagine you found yourself deserted on an island somewhere, and you had nothing else but a paper washed up, and it was the most difficult crossword that was ever in existence. Over the time that you had, do you think you couldn't figure out the crossword, because especially if you know that everything is orchestrated and there is a solution? Of course you could. Of course you could. Life is about distraction in a way. I was thinking about this the other day. I don't give a fuck. I don't mean this in a bad or insulting way, but I don't give a fuck what a man does with his life. If you're going to say to me, well, look at me, I worked all my life doing this and that, and I collected and I reaped the benefits, I'm going to say, fair enough, man, that was your choice. You have what you have now, but you still spend all that time doing what? Describe what you did. Describe what you did. I mentioned the last time when I met Caroline, and she said, you have lovely eyes. And I said, well, I said, I didn't want to say you have lovely eyes as well, but she had good eyes. I wouldn't say I'm not going to say that, but I didn't say it to her as well, but she had a mask on as well. I said, for fuck's sake, Caroline, take off your mask. First time I met her, I'm just waiting for the bus. But, the there's a deeper connection to all of us. And where does that connection express? I'll tell you something for nothing, friends. If you think about it, if you think about your own composition, if you're feeling sad, if you're feeling contemplative, if you're feeling melancholy, whatever, if you're feeling overjoyed, if I was to look at you, will I look at your belly, or will I look at your thigh, or will I look at your foot, will I look at your hand to know that you're happy? I look at your fucking, excuse my language, I look at your face, won't I? I look at your face, and that's where the epicenter is. That's where the epicenter is here. But we have to remember there is a divide going on. And just as the male is divided from the female, obviously down the back, if we put the two together, I have an arse at the front. I don't give a fuck. It's like pan. I have an arse at the front, and everything external is internal. So all my testicles, my penis, and that tract is all internal. Filling the female. So yeah, our heels are also connected and off the ground, and back to back or on our toes. Our arms are connected. The female shoulders fit into my broader male shoulders, and my slender male hips fit into the broader female hips. When I think about extension of the nose, recompletion of what has been divided. Yeah. Double-headed ego. That's what I think of. I don't mind that. But that external mirroring is obvious. Now, here's what separates man from the beast. Remember, the Bible has given you ultimate, fundamental credit that you can work this shit out. You had to have been given the clues, but do not separate yourself from the greater story here. It's not his story, history. It's not their story. It's not even though it is. It's not our story more than it is my story. And my story is a mystery, and my mystery can only be figured out by who? By my. Yeah, my alone. I said me alone. Fucking idiot. See, I could have finished up with a beautiful, coherent, but I arsed up. But here we go, friends. I arsed up purposefully. So that's why I laugh. I did. I always say to people, if I meet them, especially for the first time, and I know we're going to be talking for a while, if I say anything that's sort of uncharacteristic or just way left field, I'm joking. So it's just my sense of humor. I'll tell you something for nothing. This is all logically deducted. It's a necessity. As a flat earther, coming away from the greater expansive universe and the Big Bang belly button. Big Bang belly button. Big Bang is the big fuck. When your mother's Mickey went inside your father's vagina. Oh, hang on. What the fuck? Hang on, there's definitely something wrong there now. Hang on. No offense to any fathers with vaginas or mothers with Mickeys. Shout out to trannies with fannies everywhere. But when you're getting back to it, when your father's vagina went inside your mother's Mickey, no, that's fucking wrong as well. Fuck's sake. I gotta compose myself now. Compose myself. Compose, Pete. Compose. Actually, isn't that great now? That's great. We compose a poem. I compose a song. I've written loads of songs. I've written, I've, I've written so many songs you wouldn't believe, but no one has heard them except me. Compose. How we're here in the first place. How did you arrive here, darling one, beautiful one? Yeah, there's a process involved, and it involved a big fucking bang. Now you have the decision to make. Did you exist beforehand or afterhand? Big Bang references again, metaphorically speaking, new word PJ brings into the English dictionary, and probably one of the most significant words in existence, actually. But that's okay. Metaphorically, material world didn't exist until the Big Bang occurred. So your father's penis went into your mother's vagina, and then there was an eruption. There was a reunification in a sense. If we think about the egg, the female egg, in relation to the sperm, just as it's presented within your mind, then one is an inversion of the other. Think of a condom, and think of the flaccid condom on the ground. Now think of it inverted, turned inside out, and blown up. And then think of the two coming together. So I think this is ultimately what the sperm and the egg is about: two divided halves coming up to make the whole, and then the sparks fly, and your material existence comes into being via, well, the Big Bang. So here's the kicker. Well, when you do come into perfect happiness within the womb, how are you born into this life? Life is if L or I fell. My life backwards is, well, what is it? E F I-L-Y-M, Ephilim. Have you ever heard of the Nephilim? Nephilim? Ephilim is my life, but life is if L or I fell. Myself, Stephen, and his mom, Sarah, were up at the top of the Eiffel Tower. I think it's all pre-scripted. I really do. I really think it's all pre-scripted. We meant to be up there as well, but Stephen at the time was in his mom's belly. So I found out that Sarah was pregnant, a beautiful Sarah. I was pregnant, and well, it just occurred to me to take her over to Paris. And yeah, we were up at the top of the Eiffel Tower. ARISTARCHUS, isn't it amazing? ARISTARCHUS. That's an antenna, and that's an antenna for collecting ether as well, by the way. But this is the story about all of us. Your own story, every aspect of your life has to be deemed, in two camps. Insignificant, which is the scientific ball earth, Big Bang, as a literal interpretation sense, or, well, in the other sense, a metaphorical sense. And yeah, ultimately you as the one player, the experiencer, it encompasses, I would say that, encompasses the ultimate solution and the ultimate ability to search for the truth, which is already laid out. Does that make sense? If you don't think so of yourself, what am I going to do? Know what I do? I actually know what I do. I'd say to you, if I met you when you were a child of 2 or 3, would I tell you that you would grow up to have such limitation? You would pale and fail in comparison to other humans? I wouldn't my fuck. And even if your pathway didn't involve that sort of evolution, I would still tell you, I would still encourage you to the greatest level. Rose done that as well, actually. Needless to say, of course, friend, that the latest 2 shootings from America, Buffalo, and the latest one, they're all fake. Of course, it's all fake. I have the right to say that as well. King of Era here. Anyone who doesn't believe me, let them challenge me on that. The government challenged me on that. The fucking prison system challenged me on that. And the reason they challenged me so harshly is because they fucking knew. They knew if I was just another prisoner, they wouldn't have gone to half the trouble. I still have, well, that's all on record. What I've done is on record. If I was kidnapped by someone 5 years ago, according to the legal system, I don't know what the story is, but according to my own system, lawful system, I can always seek retribution. So yeah, people in place know their limitations. Now, do you know what's the opposite of limitations? Do you know? Well, let me think about it. Do you know your right? People in yeah. Do you know your what's the opposite of limitations? Potentials, maybe not quite as strong. Limitations, potentials. I guess that's pretty good. Limitations, potentials. Your potential up to now thinking that you live on a fucking spinning ball and you've been on a fucking plane. You've been on a fucking plane. And it's not about that. It's about the greater fucking idea put forth that maybe we're not living on a ball earth. Now, when you cast your mind that way, you've been on a fucking plane and you went fucking straight across. And even if you don't believe it, you can go on YouTube and see fucking captures across the earth, the surface of the earth, and there's no fucking rotundity. People in Australia right now, dickhead, are not fucking upside down. Dickhead. Fucking insane person. And you're only selling your fucking self short. I don't care whether you're man, woman, or child. Actually, do care if you're a child more so. But man or woman, the chances are you have a child. What are you teaching your child? What are you teaching your child? You're going to teach your child all your failings, or not, you're not going to teach them all your failings. You're going to encourage your child away from you're going to encourage your child, right? Recognizing your own failings, you're going to encourage your child on steps to take, not for them to have make the same mistakes, because you love them and care about them. But what have you done? Forgot to love and care about yourself? What have you given up on yourself? Have you given up on yourself? You're fooled, friends. You're fooled. But you're a fool for a reason. Only for you to come back to yourself. Don't mind anyone else. How many people took the vaccine? How many fucking idiots took the fucking vaccine? And now I met someone in the shop tonight. He took the vaccine. He said, "Well, I took the 2 vaccines and one of the boosters. They wanted me to get the other booster, and I didn't want to get it. I didn't take it." I said, "Well, okay, fair enough. How are you feeling now?" "I've been fucking sick constantly." I said, "Were you sick beforehand?" "Not at all." "Well, I never took anything, bud, and I'm grand. Stronger now than I ever was in my life. And I'm younger now." Adam lived till he was 900. PJ 50, turned 50. My son, my beautiful, gorgeous son, who's God himself, turns 20 in a few days. I don't know what to do about it. 20 is twin 10, which is IO. You are the IO. The best I can say about myself is I am the IO, the diameter and the circle. My female counterpart is the IO as well. So bringing the two together, what do we get? We get our completion, which is twin 10. 10 is 1 and O, IO. O, high O. So it's all significant. What can I do? I give my life for my son. Maybe that's what I have done. Given my life for the last 8 years for my son. I don't want to get involved in that now. True story, friends. I was trying to comfort a bird outside. I knew there was a feed of birds here outside my window. I'm in Limerick, 56 Devonshire Park, family home here, Limerick City, Ireland. Era, king of Era here, friends. King of the whole of the Isle. Not because I'm anything special, but you are king and queen of this land as well. And that's not big because everyone is king and queen. That means nothing. No, it means everything. It means everything. Anyway, feed the birds outside, but there was a bird. I didn't obviously you don't know them or you don't know anyone in particular. I think they know me as well. I think they know me over the times. But there was a bird, and I sensed. I feel like there's a bird whistling in the morning or in an expectation. Spring is just after passing, so all the chicks have been born. We're told by science that 4 out of 5 chicks won't make it, but that doesn't say that the mother at the top of the roof won't continue to whistle for their lost child who just learned to fly recently. And there's no consolation to be had. They continue to whistle until they've given up whistling and they know, I don't know, what do they know? No hope anymore. No hope of return. It's so sad, isn't it? I was trying to whistle out the window in my own terms. Like I don't know if it's true or not, but I just sensed that was the angst or the anxiousness within the mother's call or whatever, the father's call. And I couldn't see the bird or anything, I just heard it. But it's local enough. And I was trying to whistle back, going, I was trying to whistle back. And we're told that 3 out of 5 chicks don't make it, isn't it? I'm trying to whistle back that life is life. Stupid, isn't it? I feel bad for the bird. Love the birds. But life is life. What the fuck do I know? La la la, life is life. La 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 la. Life is life. La 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 la. La la la, life is life. If L, life is if L or I fell. Eiffel Tower. My Steve was at the top of the Eiffel Tower. And who was there with him? Sarah. Sarah means a princess, or queen. Sarah's queen. Steve means crown. Peter is the rock. Who was there with him? Who was there carrying him? Well, Sarah. If L, Steve, S-T, Eve. Eve and Adam. What caused all the trouble? When they ate from the tree of life. Or no, sorry, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. I guess we got to figure out what's the relationship ultimately between the Eve and Adam, the woman and the man. I'd marry you if you were a millionaire. Would you? Would you marry me if I was a millionaire? Would you marry me if I had nothing? could be a millionaire then. Who knows? But I might be inspired via um, love. What price can you put on love? I'm a millionaire anyway. I've worked much more than millions. Millions of what? Millions of what? Pieces of paper. Imagine I cut up all the fucking daily papers in 50 euro note sort of sizes, and I delivered them to you, or I said that this is what I'm worth. Would you say that's nothing? That's only pieces of paper. I'd say, well, dear, the fancy pieces of paper are very, very similar, but you just have belief and faith in their value. You lost faith in me. Isn't that what cryptocurrency is about? If I started a cryptocurrency, I could be a millionaire, not mind millionaire, billionaire. Okay, friends, I'm going to go through a chess puzzle piece in a second, in a bit. Um, I'm going to get you a chess puzzle piece, and it's pretty significant as well because it's coming from one of the. It's so Magnus Carlsen is number one in terms of chess significance, number one player on the world today, recognized. This is coming from someone who's self said who, and I believe him. I don't. I love him. He's a great man, Mangelo, great Angelo, lives in Peru, but I made him on the Humans of Earth Discord forum. But he presented Discord chess puzzle. I said I was good at chess, and I was sort of left it behind. I didn't focus on it as much as I should do. But I'm going to present a chess puzzle that he presented for me, and I already offered up an answer, but it's not the right answer, and I probably guessed that it wasn't the right answer. So I'm going to work on it, maybe in a live way, pretty shortly. So I will get back to that, and it's very significant. Anyone who likes chess out there, I have a puzzle on the way. I have a great, and I consider this Pete Shea has come up with so many good things, right? And I've expressed them all at one stage or another, but I don't get to express them as I should do. I guess I should make videos, or I should make more of these little clips, just proposing problems. One of my riddles I come up with is okay. Let me. CNC leads to tic tac toe. How so? That's a riddle I came up with. But in regards to the chess puzzle, I'll post that shortly, and hopefully it can work in real time. I will work in real time at trying to figure it out, knowing what the non-solution is. Now, he posted it because he received the Brilliancy Award. So in terms of the whole chess tournament, his process, his mental process in terms of the game of chess, led to him receiving the Brilliancy Award out of all the games of chess achieved. So I was sort of half thinking in my own brain when I offered up a solution that it wasn't quite significant, but I didn't quite know as well whether it was a sort of checkmating situation or just a greater material situation where the advanced chess player would just resign anyway. If you're down a rook or if you're down a major piece and things aren't looking good, you're not going to continue because the chances are you're going to get beaten anyway. So you're going to save face by resigning when you lose a major piece. So please remind me to post that, and anyone in chat who's into chess, please join in and let's put our brains together. Remember, I don't put any. Actually, when I offered up my solution, I did say that it was like probably within about 5 or 10 minutes of thinking, because I was doing other things. I went up to the shop in the meantime, but I have been considering it. But anyone who plays chess, please jump in the chat. I'll put the link out shortly after I play a few songs, and we'll get working on that. My other riddle, and I think this is a riddle for the ages, why it's more so a riddle for the ages is because I give you the answer. Now, you have to be a flat earther for this. And any flat earther is deemed to be a fucking insane anyway, and immediately worthy of casting aside. But if that's not the case, and you take me seriously somewhat, and I definitely know there's people who take me seriously. I know more. Let me sit down. I know more, but I don't know too much about it. But I have been offered lots of cryptic comments in the past, and I know people know what I've been onto, so I will say that there's people in play. There are powers in play who are setting the whole scenario. So I do know that. So it is significant. So anyone who has a chess acumen, has an ability, understanding of chess, this is pretty significant. So the guy received Mangelo. He received the biggest, what I call Mangelo. He received the biggest award for the tournament itself, which is the brilliancy move. So I haven't worked it out yet, but I haven't spent so much time on it as well. I actually made a challenge to him that we played 10 games together, proper games of chess, not fucking 5-minute quick games because I haven't played it in years, but proper games of chess. And I guarantee him by game 10, I will have beaten him in one of the games. I haven't played chess in years. He's the one who claims to be, not that I haven't done chess in years, but I do have an interest in it. But he's the one who claims to be top 400 in the world right now. I'm saying, within 10 games, I would definitely win one game. I think that's a good claim. I think he said odds of 1,000 to 1. Put your money on PJ. Anyway, that's a different matter. I'll bring up that puzzle a bit later on, so I'll remind myself of that. I should write things down. That's why, friends, I've stopped preparing things for the shows. It's so late in the game. If you want to learn anything, go back to my early shows where my mirrored water layer killed the globe. My mirrored water layer over an extended span killed the globe, stone dead, 2016. And when we went to the sky, my Milky Way and the Moon find killed all astrophysics, stone dead. When we move beyond that, the dodo and Aristarchus. The dodo is representative of the divided state of the Earth and the divided state of us. And Aristarchus, well, the divided state of the land outside is the tree stump. What's the tree itself? It's Aristarchus. Aristarchus is a tree that's been cut. And, we have an artificial generation above, if you want to put it like that. Now, remember I said earlier on, what's it matter what the fucking individual says? I'm going to make myself an exception by saying that I've been considering things that go beyond the norm. It's there for the true takers, the people who are asking the questions. I know there's nothing new under the sun, or as I say, nothing new under Aristarchus, because that is the sun. So if we're all involved in a major treasure hunt here, imagine for a second, beautiful people, that you were eternal. Imagine you were eternal. And actually, what body would you give yourself? Would you change your own body? Would you change yourself? Or would you simply say that, look, I would be most happiest maybe at a certain age where everything was flourishing? What would you do? It's a good question, isn't it? It's a good question, isn't it? You don't see what others see. You don't see what others see. Now, hang on, let me just take another. I love my Steve so much, friends. I love my Steve so much. My Steve used to say to me, Dad, why do you keep telling me you love me? I said, what do you, who the fuck do you think you are? What's wrong with you? What are you telling me that? What are you asking me that for? Can I not do what I want? In a jovial way. He knew I was joking. The drama, right? The drama of interaction. He knew I was being dramatic. But you say that to me. So all Steve's friends used to come over to where I live. And I wasn't pretending, friends. I wasn't pretending then. I'm not pretending now. And if I'm fucking pretending, then let me fucking I kick myself in my shin as hard as I can with my fucking false leg. Actually, I have another one here. Right? Yeah, how many of you have one of these? Actually, this is a good one. I have to get back to this because I sorted out my own problem. Would you believe I have a story to tell about how I sorted out my own problem? When someone hit me with my walking stick over my arm, I fell on the ground and my limb twisted sideways like this and turned my soft flesh in that way. I've been in pain for 9 months, friends. You wouldn't believe it. But I said one of the first things I said, I looked at the doctor, I think there's some problem or there's a connection between what I'm feeling in my stump in my leg and hemorrhoids in my arsehole, my anus, my rectum, and they were going, "Oh, how that can't be? You be so that," and I'm taking the piss out of them. But they were going, "That can't be because that's." And that was a few different people said that can't be because there's no direct connection there. But yet, hemorrhoids. I burst two of them recently, and a blood clot came out of one of them, and the pressure immediately alleviated within the other leg. So this is the new leg, and this is my potential in a sense. This is my potential. I haven't even worn it yet, and it's purple as well. Natalie up in Galway, I said, "I'm so delighted." She was Scottish. "I'm so delighted you've picked purple," and I'm going, "Well, I'm king after all." Purple is we have the blue in the mind, we have the red in the belly, we have the blend in the center, which is the heart, the purple heart, purple and green. What do you get when you mix purple and green, I wonder? Anyway, how many of you can whip one of these out of your closet? And I can do this and do this. There's my mother now. Let my mother might come in, have a chat to y'all. Mom, you're gonna hang out. Will you come in? I'm gonna do it. It's live now. It's live now. It's live now. Yes or no? No, my mother won't come in at all. My mother won't come in at all. I think she's been vaccinated herself. She sat in the house earlier on, or when I talk early on through Corona, and she wouldn't go into Don's. She loves going in and walking around. She wouldn't meet her friends. No one could come into the house. She isolated herself completely. I went around doing my own business. I went in doing the shopping for her. But yeah, she hates me now because I go against what the official stories are telling. I told my mother, "Mom, you love me ultimately, completely." She said, "If I found out that everything you were saying is true, so the basic thing I'm saying, for instance, is true, is that 9/11 was fake. How could 9/11 be my sister, my beautiful sister Suzanne, a beautiful sister? We've never had any issues at all." But she hadn't spoken to me ultimately since I said, "Suzanne, after finding out that 9/11 was fake and our lives are alive, what we're being presented with as truth and what we're all reacting to." And remember, I was in the midst of all of this. I was a fucking loaded man back in 2000. And I was looking around in 2000, 2005. I had loads of money. And I was wondering, what the fuck is going on when everyone is out partying, celebrating, when there's a fucking major war going on, and we can all be blown to bits? How many people had experiences with the? I know someone who had an experience with someone personally I know who had an experience. I heard it from them who with the anthrax just directly after 9/11, and in order to save their what do you call it, gear, expensive gear, they had to strip down from the top down, so pull the fucking shirt. I think that's the way it was. Pull the shirt down over that, and then let the fire brigade spray them down, just in case there was this anthrax scare. This is back then. Everything was going up. Everyone was partying. House prices were going up. Everyone was driving around in new cars, and I was fucking miserable. I was going, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I'll tell you this something for nothing, friends. This is true. When I had, when I was considering investing in things, the bank sent me out the portfolio, and I didn't like it so much. And I was going, well, what would I do? Where would I invest my money if that went decline? Remember, I was in the midst of uncertainty on so many different fronts. But I picked three things: orange telecom, I picked gold, and I picked fish farming. And if I had invested, let's say they wanted me to invest maybe 150 grand, something like that, 100 grand, 150 grand. I would have, if I invested in the bank, if I did that, come maybe 4 or 5 years later, I would have been down 75%. If I invested on what I was considering as an alternative, I would have been up. I'd be a fucking billion. Actually, I'd be a billionaire right now because as I made the money off that early money investment, gold went up a fortune over the terror-ridden period. Fish farming, where do you think you get your fish from, right? And Orange Telecom, well, that's massive worldwide now. I would be a fucking million. I would have been a millionaire from 100,000 investment, multimillionaire, if I bore with it for 5 years. But then I would have got involved. If that's the way I'm thinking, it would have gone. I would have got involved in knowing the sort of market that or the system, and I would have been able to employ, in a sense, the best of advisors. So I'd probably be a fucking billionaire now. And I'm not joking when I say that. But am I regretting that? Not at all. Not at all. I'm probably happier now. I'm probably happier now because I have nothing at all, as opposed to when any other point in history. Because I have hope. I have eternity. I know my son and myself are forever for eternity. I know that in some way or form or other. I know it to my very core, my very heart. I know that. And believe me, friends, and I'm speaking to the people who've been here over the last 160 times. Now, how do I bring that to fucking fruition within my cognitive life? Well, let's see how that goes. Adam lived till 900. What am I, 50? I'm only a young fella. Young fella. Gar soon. Gar fucking soon. I've got time to put things right, don't I? But the problem is, and the irony, the universe runs on irony. Do you know where my son is studying now? As Noel told me, up in Galway, studying physics. He received the top marks in school. Oh, if I met him for one night, for one instance, imagine just over the course of this hangout, my Steve was here. Please ring in, Steve. If you're listening, please ring in. Wouldn't that be, what about that? Wouldn't that be so, well, actually, it wouldn't be great because I'd be just in a pool in the ground. I wouldn't be able to communicate over the rest of the hangout. But the one thing I would say to him is because I love him, I never lied to him. Never. Steve, well, not that I would say one thing to him, but I would convince him. I would convince him over the course of a night that we are living on the surface and not moving. And everything is metaphor. Everything we learn, it's a part of the process of life. We have to learn the lie and embrace the lie, cold as it is, in order to come to the truth. There's no other way about it. You cannot be told the truth and not have any comparison. That's what I would say. So can you imagine that, friends? So I could play many songs. I could play many original songs. The first original song I would play would be, I'll give you a little, give you a little teaser of it. Not a teaser in such terms, but just to show you I'm not bluffing. My first song I would play. Let me name the other songs I could play easily. Original songs. Lazy Days with Sarah, and I Miss You, Noel, Remain, Elaine, and so many others as well. The first song on the list would be I Pine. The name of it, I Pine. IPINE, one word, and it starts off, but let me just give you a basis of it. Let's start here. So I'll sing the first verse, friend. Since you've been gone, it's been a hell to get along. My So let me just skip through to the chorus. I do that a few times, but I do it my own way. That's the bones of that song. No one's ever heard that before. But there's so much more to that as well. But I'm going to sing a couple of songs now. And yeah, as I say, it's not that I can't sing original songs. I hope you enjoy them. Put out the link. After I sing these songs, I put out the link to the in the chat, and especially if you're a chess enthusiast, because there's a live puzzle. Remember this guy, the top 400 on Earth right now, He received the Brilliancy Prize for that. So I don't. I like chess. I'm good at chess, but I don't place any specific time limit on it. And I also would appreciate help as well. What about that? So I'll post that. I'll post a link and I'll post the chess puzzle. So you remind me of that. So the songs I'm going to sing now, I have to remind myself of that actually. Oh yeah, have it. Um, I guess I should tune up the guitar to the harmonica. In terms of writing songs, friends, this harmonica has given me so many a second dimension, but so many other dimensions as well. So maybe in some sort of future light, yeah, who knows where that's going to lead. Anyway, this is a song from the past, and I wonder if you remember it. Move out, friends. Remember I told you the guitar fell with the head, so I think there's definitely something within the structure of the guitar which has loosened the tuning potential to stay in tune. But anyway, let's. I wonder if you remember this song, friends. Let's see how it occurs to you. Sorry, I pause it. Let me just go official because I know the harmonica is tuned officially. So let me just sing. My ear might be a bit. What I think the problem is it's like a tape measure. If you're to measure something a meter long exactly, how are you going to know how close you've got to it? I guess you can only feel it. A tape measure is a more practical example, but in terms of tuning the guitar, I mean, if it sounded like that, it was 440 hertz to you, but it was actually 439.94 or something like that. They would always. This is my point. There would always be this discordance within your own mechanism. That's why I'm listening to the birds a little bit more. And well, not that's not why I am. I love the birds, but that's why I want to communicate more with the birds. They have a pure tone. They have a pure tone, and all or tonality. All orchestras in this world they tune to a false, a discordant harmony, a discordant frequency, which is 440. The birds will sing 432, the natural frequency. So we are discordant in the sense. But that's why. Okay, so anyway, I wonder if you remember this. And you say that we got nothing in common ground to stand on, and we're falling apart. And you say the world has come between us, our lives have come between us. I know you just don't care. What about breakfast Tiffany? She said, remember the film, yes, an article I found. We don't kind of like it or not, it's something we got. I see the only one in me, that your eyes see through me. I guess I was wrong. So I'm not scared to see it's over. Our lives are over. So much is left undone. And I said, what about breakfast Tiffany? She said, remember the film, yes, an article I found. We both kind of like it, but I haven't solved it. You say we got common ground to start from, and we're falling apart. And you say the world has come between us, lives have come between us. I know you just don't care. And I said, what about breakfast Tiffany? She said, remember the film, yes, an article I found. We both kind of liked it, and that's something. That's something. I said, what about breakfast Tiffany? She said, remember the film, yes, an article I found. We both kind of liked it, and that's something. trying to keep that. I was trying, as always, friends. I'm trying to find a match between me singing all these songs out loud. I blast them out in the streets of Limerick on a daily basis, not a daily basis, a regular basis. So I'm trying to find balance, keep it down, and also encompassing what the computer's capabilities are allowing. So hopefully it comes or it comes across okay. I have another song to sing immediately afterwards. But as I said beforehand, and I named the songs as well, definitely. I have loads of songs. I have about fucking 200 songs easily. And I don't settle for anything less. Every song I work my mind on, it's the best I can produce at the time. And I encourage every one of you to do the same. You are brilliant. You are fantastic. You are, no matter what you think of yourself, you can do anything. What are you going to value? What's the profession you value the most in life? It's not worth nothing. And sell yourself short in fucking relational value. Don't do it, friends. Don't do it. And don't fall for people who are sucked in by it. And give away yourself so lightly. Don't do it. Don't do it. This is one of my favorite songs to sing, and it's one of the most meaningful as well. I have a certain person in mind as well. Anyway. I was lost in France, and fields the birds were singing. I was lost in France, and the day was just beginning. As I stood there in the morning ground, I had a feeling that I can't explain. I was lost in France. And love. I was lost in France, in the streets the bands were playing. I was lost in all dance. I didn't catch what they were saying. When I looked down, she was standing there. I knew I shouldn't, but I didn't care. I was lost in France, saying loud, 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 dance, loud, loud, dance, loud, 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 dance, loud, loud, dance. was lost in France, and the moon stars were glowing. When I looked around for a telephone, I said, baby, I won't be home. I was lost in France, I was lost in France, I was lost in France and love. Say, baby, I won't be home. I was lost in France. I was lost in France. I was lost in ooh la, ooh la, ooh la, ooh la, dance. Ooh la, dancing. Ooh la, 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 dance. Ooh la, dancing. Ooh la, la, dance. Ooh la, dancing. Right, friends, so what I'm going to do is, as I promised, put up the chess puzzle. Definitely working on this. So we're going to have it sort of in the background if anyone chooses to talk. If no one comes in, I can sort of put it in the background. There's no time limit as well. So let me put up the image itself. Just while I'm having a cigarette, I'm going to roll a joint here and show you what I'm going to roll. But I'm going to put up, let me show you screen. Right, get up the image. Right. Let me bring up my. So what I'm going to do is present the whole of the chess piece puzzle itself. My solution is wrong because it's not sufficient. Is this my solution here now? Yeah, here we go. So this is the ultimate chess puzzle. Any chess aficionados here? So let me. I'm trying to work on this. I shouldn't give you my potential. Actually, I give you my potential solution. I've been told it's wrong. So my potential solution is a bishop takes. Let me actually post it. So actually, let me actually consider. So black has made the last move. It's moved the black pawn down here. So your task is this is the challenge that's presented to me. Your next move is pivotal. It changes everything. It changes the course of the game. It's not an immediate checkmate, but it changes the course of the game, and it ultimately leads to victory. It was rewarded the brilliancy prize, and I don't think it was a move in itself particularly, but it was a move that was planned to lead somewhere. So any chess appreciators here and challengers, what's the best you can come up with? I can give you so I'll give you a few minutes, and I will post my offering, which seems now on reflection a little bit too obvious. It wouldn't receive a brilliancy award, but I accept that I'm rusty at competitive chess, I should say, at least anyway. So maybe with a, they call it mind, collective mind, we can come to terms with it. I will post the chat. So consider this for a few minutes. Anyone serious about it? I'll post. I'm definitely serious. I don't give a fuck who's listening or not. I don't give a fuck if there's 2 or 22 or 222 listening. Yeah, if you know PJ, well, have this chess puzzle in mind, and if we can solve it in conjunction, I'd be happy with that. If we can solve it personally, I'd be happy with that as well. But um, it's just one of those things. But yet again, it's against one of the top 400 chess players on earth, and I've already defeated this man in intellectual sort of argumentation regarding flat Earth and beyond. He's a ball earther, an old ball earthers. If you think you live in a ball Earth, especially inside and in spite of all um, considerations, well, then you're insane. There's no other word for you, but you're insane. And everything you've ever done is insane. No other word about that. So let me leave that there just for your consideration while I'm rolling a number. And I have another can and a half left. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Planet is a gun belt in a sea of fear. What do I know? Brought in the CIA. Along the sky, along the sky. Baby's got bells. You know, a real friend. Oh, my guitar sounds good there. I'll post you my solution, and I know it's wrong now. I've been told from the horse's mouth it's wrong uh, momentarily. Let me just roll a number here, and yeah, consider what your solution would be. And if you have a solution, please jump in, please, because I don't know it. I don't know it, but it's coming from someone I do have had interaction with. And I know he's a liar. I don't mean to put it in that way. I know he's playing his part, in other words. He's defending a spinning ball earth lie come hell or high water. Any chess players in the house tonight that are beautiful? No one. Fucking hell, I got some good weed tonight, I tell you that. So white to move. Black has moved from, you can see the pawn, the yellow aura there. That's the last black move. Your next move, which leads to a crushing of black pieces. Let's be having you. Let's be having you. And I will just say that the obvious is maybe not the correct solution because it received the Brilliancy Award. And that's not to be viewed lightly. But I love chess. When my father taught me chess, and when I beat him, I must have been like 11 or 12. That's the last game of chess he ever played. Me. And when I taught my own Steve chess, we played many games as well. I always told him that like I have so much to look forward to the day you'll beat me, and I'll play you more, even though I'll have no chance against you. I always knew I had no chance against my Steve anyway. Fuck's sake. Gone are those lazy days when gone are those lazy days when come back those lazy days with Sarah. And if you a special song I have to play, I'll definitely have to either record them and play them as the show begins, or do them live, which would be more a difficult venture because they are pretty intricate. But one of the songs is the primary song is 2LL, and the secondary one then is Dodo. Dodo. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Where would you take it from there, friends? Got to take the song somewhere. It's something in its construction. Yeah. Who wants to live forever? Who wants to live forever? I do. Friends, I have a secret to share with you. I hope you can see me on the side of the screen here. The secret I've learned to share with you. I have no affiliation to anyone. The love of my life is my Stephen. When it comes to female love of my life, that's a different matter. My love of my life, remember, if the world was ending, my Steve would be in my arms. And if it was all a false alarm, well, then everything else gathers around that. Take yourself a can of beer and whatever, just something similar to that. The best you can, crush that into its own footprint. Crush the top into the bottom. The only way you can do it is by twisting and pushing. So let me just show you the best effort I can come to now, right? See that? Look up the divided. Type in the tree of life, the divided tree of life into your Google. Type it. Type it into it. See what you get. Let me just expand this out. That's the basis of life. Life is phi, which is pi in motion. Pi stems from the center point, which is the immaterial source to our existence. You are not material, friends. If we were material, how the fuck do you think that I could say what I'm saying right now on the spot? Do you think I'm reading this from somewhere? Last can, friends. 12 of the day. That's my 12th can. I won't deny. About. down some before we share the link. It's my town. It's my space, isn't it? I can do what I want. Was one March morning, I could with you. I took the road to Jackson Town and my fortunes to renew. My crystal foreign money, no credit could I gain, except my heart to longing for the race train. I stepped on board a railroad car beneath the morning sun, and I rode the rods till evening, and I lay me down again. All strangers here, no friends to be, till the dark girl towards me came. I fell in love with my Creole girl from the lakes of Pontchartrain. I said, "You pretty Creole girl, my money here no good. If it weren't for the alligators, I would sit hide in the wood. You're welcome here, come stranger. Our house is very plain, but we never did turn a stranger away from the way we should try. She took me to her mommy's house and treated me very well. The hair hung over her shoulders in jet black ringlets fell to try and paint her beauty. I'm sure it would be in vain. So handsome was my Creole girl from the lake. I asked her if she would marry me. She said that there could be, for she had got a lover and he was off at sea. She said that she would wait for him true. She would wait, but she never could be my Creole girl from the lakes of Pontchartrain. So it's fare thee well, my Creole girl. I never will see you more. I'll never forget your kindness at the cottage by the shore, and that each soul shall gather round, flowing beside a drain. I'll drink a health to my Creole girl from the lake of Pontchartrain, and I'll drink a health to my Creole girl from the lake of Pontchartrain. Well, okay, so we have the chess piece, we have the chess conundrum, early doors into it. I'm looking forward to this, definitely. So I got it wrong the first time, although my pathway definitely leads to a successful outcome, but it's not as immediate, it's not as killing as a different strategy, which earned, remember now, this is friends, anyone who's interested in chess. Magnus Carlsen on Earth is chess player number one. Mangelo, great Angelo, he lives in Peru, member of Discord, Humans of Earth. If you haven't been paying attention, go on YouTube, type in Humans of Earth, and some great discussion to be had. But yeah, if we take it to there's 200 countries on Earth, well, he's top two in his country. He's American as well, and he's living in Peru. So definitely his strategy to win, the brilliancy strategy of this. I think he said it was Ohio, maybe back 20, 30 years ago. Yeah. So yeah, the obvious strategy is not the winning strategy, even though it is ultimately winning, but it's not immediately so. So there's a different strategy, and I'm going to consider it. So I've considered it for about 5 or I would say 10 minutes seriously, and I offered up a solution. I will give you my solution. If someone is interested, jump in. I'll post a link now. Jump in, and then I'll post my solution to it. But I'd love to hear your solution. As long as you haven't looked it up, I made the promise, and I don't swear on many things. Don't swear on anything, friends. An oath is so significant. Oath is so significant. but don't swear on anything unless you have to, unless you know for certain that it is so, and you bet your life. And if you bet your own life, then you have to consider that, well, you wouldn't do that unless you would encompass your own children's life, the things you care about most, or whoever you care about most. And you wouldn't bet their life, but you bet your own life. But you're not sure of it, right? So anyway, yeah, let me not stop sharing, just go down to actually, maybe, yeah, let me go back to StreamYard and post the, what do you call it, link here. If that's a real spaceman, jump in, spaceman. Let's get serious though. There's the link in chat. Anyone with balls, jump in. I dare anyone with balls, jump in. Let me say hello to people in chat. And I'm going way back. I don't, apologies for not recognizing anyone here. But you're all welcome, friends. And I won't go back through it all. I think you can all see that. You didn't see the chess piece. I think you must have seen the chess piece. Actually, I can check if you saw the chess. Because I have my own. Yeah, you've seen that on chat. Anyone with balls, jump in. Is there any men left in this world? Any men left in this world? How many people are looking at PJ's chat right now? Three people. Is there any men there? Is there any men there? Let me tell you first of all one thing. Spaceman, jump in. There's a fucking link. Jump in, the real spaceman. Nice one, bud. I'll welcome you with open arms. I love you, bud. I love you. I was on with Gem Panda tonight. I told them all I love them. Nice one. Okay. I love you. I was on with Gem Panda tonight. All I love them. Nice one. Okay. I love you. I was on with Gem tonight. All I love them. Nice one.
Hey, you fucking case.
I love you. I was on with Gem. Why is there a repeat on here, Spaceman? There's an infinite repeat. There's an infinite repeat system going.
I think I had to turn off the YouTube channel to stop the echo.
Nice one, bud. How you doing,
I left my old name
I'm gonna give you a fucking big hug, man.
Fuck you.
That's fucking meant from my heart. I remember you from years ago.
I forgot to put my real name in there.
But I remember you from years ago, bud.
See, I changed my fucking account, eh?
That's okay. That's okay,
no,
man. How you doing?
Man, I figure, what the hell?
You're welcome here, bud.
I know that. I know that. I'm going to insult you. We're going to argue and say fuck it.
Yes, but let's give each other time for the sake of the audience just to express your thoughts. The last time I was talking with FaZe, you remember, and we were like flat earth engaged. And of course you come in then and say, you're a fucking dickhead thinking that the earth thinking that water is not flat.
Of course the earth ain't fucking flat, you dumbass.
I know it isn't bad. I know.
There you go. That's better. You can have fun with it, but don't be stupid.
Yes. We don't know what the earth is, though. What's your
we know what the fucking earth is.
I'm just saying, though, what's your alternative suggestion for what the earth might be?
We know what the fuck
but could be round in the same sense. How
much more? We know what we don't know is the ocean.
Well,
we know a shitload about this planet, but we don't know even probably 1% of the ocean.
Well, where, as a flat earther, where do you think? What do you think? Actually,
I'm not a fucking flat earther.
I'm not saying that.
Oh,
I'm saying as a people who are listening or whatever, as a flat earther, we have to consider something other than the official story. If you put yourself in the shoes, let me ask the question: if you put your shoes in the shoes of a flat earther, what would you offer up as a possible alternative for the emptiness of space as is offered by the current model?
Well, the vast majority of everything, including your body, the fucking cabinets behind you, the table in front of you, the computer, Every
I know what you're
goddamn thing
saying.
around you is mostly empty space. Even though it looks solid to you, probably 90% of a table, a wooden table, is probably empty space inside that table.
Yeah, but you're just giving me
You'd have
the
to
official
understand
answer, bud.
chemistry. You would have to understand chemistry and the
You're
atoms.
giving me the official answer. Remember,
Why
I asked you
that
if
is.
you were a flat earther,
I'm
what
not a
would you
flat
offer
earther.
up
I
as a
can't
viable
pretend to be one.
alternative?
I can't fake it, dude.
Come on, man.
I
Don't piss
can't
me off
fake it.
now.
I can't fake it.
I'm not. I'm not asking you to fake it. I'm asking you to stretch your mind and say, "Well, put yourself in the shoes of a flat earther."
That's
Nathan
hard.
Oakley always talks about an encompassment, a barrier. There has to be a containment for a pressurized system. But
Why?
the question for flat earthers would be, well, what lies beyond that barrier? What
Why
would
does
you
there have to
say?
be a container for a pressurized system?
There has to be, man.
Why?
Don't be a dickhead now,
I'm not
spaceman.
being a dickhead. Why? Tell me why there has to be a container.
Right. Because all of our experiences revolve around this necessary truth. There's not one example you can give
Not
of a
true though.
pressurized system within a surround without a container, unless you
But
can.
no, that's not true at all.
Well, give me examples.
Well, the atmosphere, for one, is not a contained
Well, taking aside that, outside of that,
You're too fucking hilarious, dude.
so your laugh there was saying that you can't give me one example outside of the
I just gave you
atmosphere,
one. You
which is the
well,
point of contention,
your
though.
problem is you equate a pressurized system to like a propane tank or
I don't equate anything.
some sort of gaseous tank or an aqua tank, and that's just not the way it works, dude. That's for gases that we are trying to utilize here on Earth, that we need to compress for other purposes. Other than that, gases never need to be compressed. Why? Gases don't need to be. You fart in a room, you can smell it all over the room if it's a good one, and that's not containerized.
Hey, Johnny, do I look like a fucking dodo to you?
No, you're about as drunk as I am, though.
I'm not drunk. Test me.
Oh,
Okay, give me your
oh,
sobriety test. How would you test my intellect to say that I was incapable of handling my mental capabilities sufficiently?
oh, that's actually a good question.
Off you
Fine.
go, though. You made the statement. Remember, you're a guest in my channel, bud.
Huh?
You're a guest in my channel. I'm not saying that I have any authority over you
Oh, you and
or
your
dominance
fucking
over you,
channel. I'm
but
gonna
I'm
have
just still
a
saying the
channel.
same. You know what I mean?
Why do you think I set up the real spaceman? I'm going to start this up again and start fucking with you people.
I know that, man. I know that.
Yeah, and I'll watch how many people come to my fucking channel because they want to beat me down. Not because they want to fucking discuss anything or that they actually give a shit. They just want to beat me down because they hate the fact that I'm always right.
Well, I asked you outside of the atmosphere, can you give me a practical example that we can all relate to, which shows that you can have pressure without a container? Just one. Just one will do, John.
The ocean?
Well, the container for the ocean is the surface beneath, right?
Nope. The container for the ocean is gravity itself.
Well, that's a speculation.
The
Let's go
further down you
beyond.
go, I mean, come on. You've been fucking swimming. You know goddamn well that the further down you go, the harder it is. You know that. I don't have to fucking make that one up. Everybody knows that. Anybody who's been in a pool or, well, not a pool, but a river or maybe a lake or something. You know that.
Off
And
you go, man.
so what causes the pressure in water?
Yes, but you're
Not,
diverging or
not
you're
the weight of
diverting off
water,
to something
not the
different.
weight
Yeah?
of the weight of the water above you. Then what causes the pressure? It's the weight of the
That's okay,
water
though.
above.
These are different questions. What do you think about that, John?
What do you got?
I don't know, but it's
I got
fucking
weed.
good. A weed smoker knows when weed is good. What do you reckon?
Okay, well I'm gonna get a
I'm a
beer.
spaceman.
Hey, Pete, bro. I'm gonna get a beer, take a piss, and roll a joint. It'll
You're
take me.
okay.
It'll
You
take
do
me
what you
10
do.
minutes.
You do what you do, man.
I
And
gotta go to the bathroom, man.
yeah, off you go, man. Take your time. There's no pressure
I'll
or
be back.
anything.
It's warm in my room. That's why I get
Just
no.
don't show your anus like you did the last time in your own channel.
How's that?
No, don't do that. I'm
You're not a bad
I'm
guy.
gonna
You're a fuck up,
I'm
but you're
gonna
not
get
a bad
banned.
guy. Hey, that's why I came back, Pete. You're a fuck up, but you're not a bad person.
I know that, and that spaceman is going to do what he does. He heard
Take
back
my
in
dick over the fucking toilet and take a leak like a normal human being.
Grand. Now, this is my channel, so I'm not saying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
you that you can mute me and let me talk away while you do what you do. But I'm just saying that Spaceman heard about PJ years ago, and I turned up at his channel then, and we had a back and forth. Remember, if this is a serious, I've always taken this as a serious venture throughout. This is my life that counts. Every day I consider taking my life. I don't mean that seriously. I know I can't do it as well, but fuck it. Uh, at the same time, fucking hell, have I no exit from the bullshit? How can I make what I know, what I have in my heart? How can I express that for everyone? So yeah, these are just human emotions. But when I met Spaceman first, it was he had a channel on YouTube. And I was just on Gem Panda's channel tonight. Another character called Negator X said they all looked up to you, Spaceman. So you were the
I
top.
just fucking
You were the top. You were the top opponent. Now I already knew that you're all playing your part, as you're playing your part right now. So the best opponent I come up with is the best rhetorician, the best argumenter, the best what are you going to say? The best antagonist. So that's how we met ultimately. And
that's a big
great to
word.
have him here. Keep your arse to yourself, but that's okay. I would love to say you're looking great, Johnny, but you could be looking better, man.
I'm
You
in a
not be
mood today. Can you tell I'm in a mood today?
I well, what mood are you in? Is it good mood, bad mood?
Medium. I couldn't fucking. I'm a programmer. I write computer code,
Okay, man. That
but I
must be
don't. I
fucking
don't have a
daunting.
fucking job right now because of COVID. Even though I could work remotely, I can't fucking. I don't know why I can't fucking get anybody to take me on right now. So I built my own fucking website, but whatever. You know, fucking. I'm just in a mood today. I wasn't able to write any code at all. I played a fucking computer game. Fucking now I'm drinking. And now I'm talking to you. Ha ha!
That's brilliant, man. Don't worry about that. Everything is as
That
it
shit
should
happens,
be.
right?
Everything is as it should be, Johnny. Don't worry about that. What satisfaction do you get out of writing code? I've been wondering what motivation I can take forward, assuming that everything proceeds as
Satisfaction.
it is now. What can I do? I could be a millionaire, man. I mentioned it. I could be a fucking billionaire.
Yeah, we all could, but we're not.
Yeah, but you say it so easily.
But we're not, Pete. We're
You
here.
want to be? I don't want to be,
Do I want
John.
to be? I mean, no, not really. I don't give a shit about that.
Right. Right. Why do you write code then, John? Code is only an expression of it's sort of almost a mechanical expression of your mentality, right? Robotic. But
What
we're not robots, John.
code?
Are we robots?
The
Are we
beauty of
robots, John?
fuck you. The beauty of writing computer code is for one, you have to have a lot of education and know how to do it. And so I had to get a lot of education to become good at it. But the second, the most more important thing is the beauty of computers. They either work or they don't. There's no gray area with computers. Folk, you get one comma wrong, one fucking semicolon, one apostrophe, one letter,
Right.
and the fucking whole program fails because of one single, literally for one single letter.
I believe you.
Fucking destroy it all. So you got
I
to
believe
find
you.
that problem, right? But once it works, that's it. There's no fucking gray area. It either works or it doesn't
Yes,
work. And
but
so that's how I look at life.
what does it work
Not a,
towards?
not a
What does it?
gray
Hang
area.
on, John.
I don't
Okay.
have a gray area, man. I don't see
All
gray
right.
area.
All right. What does it work towards? And please allow me to
What?
finish,
What? What's the
John.
what?
What? Oh, John, please come on, man. We have to back and
I
forth
didn't
here,
hear
man.
you.
What does it work towards? You say it works. What are you trying to achieve then, not working towards? If I pick up my
Oh, working
guitar and try to write
toward.
a song and
Toward.
say, well, okay, there's a coherence there. I
Oh,
follow
you're not
one
gonna
note
fucking
with the
play
next,
music again,
but
are you?
I mightn't make sense. It mightn't satisfy me, John, at the end of the day. What satisfies you at the end of the
I'll
day?
give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Nice one.
I'll give you
What
that.
satisfies you at the end of the day, John?
Mm.
Where are we bound for, John? You know, when did you find out the Earth's surface was stationary and flat? Tell the truth. What a question, right?
I like how you asked it. I got to admit that was okay.
What a question, right?
Oh,
I
oh
was on Gem
that
Pandas
was
earlier.
actually pretty funny.
I know. I was on Gem Pandas earlier. I'm sure you
Oh,
know
he's
Gem
a
Panda.
fucking asshole.
You're
Please.
all assholes.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No,
You know,
ye are all assholes,
you
John.
know, if you would have come into this flat Earth world, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, there were a lot more channels and a lot more viewers. Now it's so small, it's almost non-existent. I mean, may as well. You even go on YouTube and type in "flat Earth" and you get a fucking warning nowadays. You know, it's gone. It's over.
I was
But
there
but
5 or 6 years ago.
those
I was on
people that
your own channel, John.
yeah, I'm not worried about that. The point is that those idiots like Jam Panda, Multi Tom, Nathan, all the
Yeah.
fucking idiots that are the core of this thing, had always been the core of this thing, have been around for 10, 15, I don't know how many years. But and they're all idiots, evidently. We know that. Because they actually
Well,
believe the earth is fucking flat and you gotta be either that or they're making money on it. The vast majority, like that fucking the guy who wrote the book there, I can't remember what his name is, Dubé, Eric Dubé.
yeah.
How much
Eric
money do you?
Dubé.
How much money? Tell me honestly. How much money do you think he made off that book?
I reckon he probably definitely made about 100 grand at least.
So wouldn't that be the obvious reason for doing it?
I fucking know he's an agent, John.
Well, he doesn't believe the Earth is flat. Nobody who's smart enough to write a book about flat Earth is dumb enough to believe it's actually
Anyone who
flat.
knows anything, John, knows the earth isn't flat.
Well, no, it's not flat. It can't be flat.
No.
Physically impossible for a fucking planet to be flat.
Yeah, but the planet is not so.
Yeah, the
The
planet is.
earth is
It
flat,
is. It
but we
is
don't know what the earth is. What
exactly
is
what
the
it
earth, John?
be to you, man.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
There's
what is
no
the
mystery.
earth,
No
John? What's the
mystery.
alternative hypothesis, John? If
Huh?
the earth is not, well, come on, man. You have to allow me to speak anyway and finish my sentiment
Yeah.
and
What
get
did
back
you
to
say?
your direct question. If the earth is not a spinning ball and space is given, what's the alternative? What's the developed alternative? As if fucking, I don't know, NASA or fucking Werner von Braun or any of the greater governmental minds don't know what the earth may be more so than what's presented to us on
Where are you
YouTube.
from, dude? Are you from
I'm
England?
Ireland. I'm an Irishman. I'm
Oh,
king
I
of
think you told
Era.
me that. You told me that before, and I asked you if you knew what a
Yeah,
clattering was.
I'm king of Era. Do you know what I mean by that,
You know what
John?
a
I've
clattering
declared
is,
myself
right?
king of Era.
You know what a clattering is, right?
Yes, I do.
All right, because you're Irish, you would know that.
I know what that is. And when you point it outwards, that means you're
Yeah,
unattached. When you point it
the four ways
inward,
to learn it. Yeah.
it's three hearts. It's three hearts, John. That's why the prayer of Jesus is
Do you remember I told you I lived in South Boston?
uh the story of Salvador.
No, South Boston.
No, I don't remember that particularly, but I remember the last time we were speaking, you had a great story about Salvador, wasn't it? Salvador?
Oh,
Oh, the
I lived
soul of El Salvador.
oh, Nicaragua, motherfucker.
Nicaragua. Sorry, bud. I don't even know
No,
how
I
far is
lived in
Nicaragua from
you
El
know what they call,
Salvador.
South Boston, right? In America. You know
Do
what
you
they
know the
call it?
song, John? Briefly.
Well, they call it South.
Oh, the soul
You know,
of
more
El
movies have been made about South
Salvador.
Boston than any other part of the United States, including New York and Los Angeles.
Are you a soldier of fortune?
What?
Are you a soldier of fortune?
No, I'm not a fortunate person.
Do you love yourself, John? I'm going to call you John, but do you love yourself?
That's my name.
Nice one. Pete is my name. Peter. Peter Sheehan. Honest to God, I
Peter
know I'm not your
Schmidt.
name. I'd like. Yeah, I'm glad. I prefer to call you John than Spaceman.
Or whatever. I don't give a fuck what
Nice
you.
one, John. If
It's
that's your
just the
name.
internet. What do I care about?
I have something. I have something on you that you don't have me on me. I've seen
All
your
right,
underarm. I've seen your underarm hair. But I guess I got to show right now.
fuck you. It's warm where I'm at, man. I don't know what the
It's
temperature
fucking
is.
freezing here. It isn't
Well,
actually.
you're like 10 degrees north of me, and yet it's probably warmer there than here.
Now, will my channel here get banned because I'm
No,
burning?
you ain't gonna get banned. They don't
Am I
give
a man? Do you think I'm a man?
all this warnings and all this other crap is a bunch of shit. They don't give a fuck. Neither does
You can
Facebook or
tell.
these other companies. They don't give.
Right.
The worse it
Let me
gets,
tell you something.
the worse
Let
it
me tell
gets,
you
the better
something.
they like it. They're sick.
Right. Right. Hang on, John. Let me tell you something now. Tranny stuff,
Try talking to
tranny
yourself.
gender is all around. The way you can tell a woman from a man, ultimately, is well by the whole encompassment. Now, the shoulders of a man and the hips of a man. The man's hips are in there, shoulders are out there. The woman's hips are in here, and
What are you on
sorry,
about?
the woman's shoulders are in here, and the hips are out here. So that's why the male and the female should fit in together, one in one, like this.
You need to
But
get laid.
when we're trying to discern who's who and what's what, then, well,
You need to
what are
get
you going to do, John?
laid.
John, if you're talking to a woman or if you're talking to a man, will you change your tone? Of course you will, because you're a gentleman, John. So you need to know. You need
I
to
might
know.
in my regular day-to-day world here, I mind my own business. I try not to talk to anybody actually, because the area I'm in is fucking Psychoville as far as I'm concerned. My whole fucking city's nice work with the shirt there, dude. And you're not fucking drunk? Give me a break. You can't even put your fucking shirt
Hang
on.
on.
What a fucking idiot.
What the fuck is going on here, John?
Up
Have
in
you
your
cursed me? Have you put a voodoo curse on me?
put a curse on you. I cursed you, you fuck.
Jesus, what the fuck, John? What have you done to me?
Fucking with you. Oh, you
That was a joke. That was a joke. The best jokes are
I
the
finally
ones that
turned on that
the best
chat.
jokes are the ones that you come across
How
as
do I
being,
make that work?
you know.
Oh, this is how I do it. Okay, I'm figuring this out now. Hang on. That goes here. I gotta do it like a split screen kind of fucking deal, don't I? Oh, okay. Who are the idiots you got watching you right now?
Okay, that's better.
You're fucked in the head.
Hello, John.
Let's see, we got.
Hello.
Thought we'd never see Spaceman again. Fuck you, bald earther. Fuck all of you.
Now, John, wouldn't it be so funny? Wouldn't it be so funny if you came to understand that I was actually joking the whole time and I knew my way through my
I know you're
t-shirt?
joking. I know you're joking. We think, why? If you were an actual flat earther, I wouldn't be talking to you. There'd be no point in it.
I'm not a flat earther, man.
I
I
know
said
you're not.
already, John. The earth is flat
Only
like a table top, like a table is flat, John. let me say this. The earth
Your
is flat,
table is
like a
flat.
table is flat. But when we incorporate what a table actually encompasses, you can never say it's flat. We just whip out a screw and say, well, hang on, this is part of the table. You're saying that's flat. No, the earth is something different. Let me put the link in chat for someone else to join. This is going to be a great conversation. I said this to Gem Panda earlier on.
You want? It's your channel. It's your channel.
Right. So when I'm
Your
speaking,
fucking,
John, please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. I'll keep it short because I know there's company present.
your fucking
Please.
channel.
What are you doing, though?
I don't know.
You're pointing your finger. You're pointing your finger. You were trained to do that in the army. Point your finger and say, yeah, he's to blame. That Afghanistan woman is to blame and their family are going to bomb him or shoot him.
Hey, fuckhead.
Oh, nice. Oh, man.
So in
That's
Canada,
unbelievable.
this is how we buy weed now.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's legal. There are more pot shops in my city than there are fucking convenience stores. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. And the fucking problem with the whole system is that the government took a year before they legalized it, right? What do you think they were doing? Well, they were setting up all their rich buddies. So now instead of your friend being able to grow some weed and sell
Yeah.
it to you for a bit, right, and making a buck and being able to pay his rent, now the fucking millionaires are running the show, and we got to go to the store. And so this is what you get. You get a little plastic container. Look at all the lovely drug fucking warning shit. Look at all the warning. There's a warning label on this cocksucker. Look, it's even got a pot Canadian kind of fucking. This is such bullshit. But I still buy from my neighborhood dealer.
Yeah, but where did you get that can then? And actually, how much? What? How many
I've
grams?
been to the store a few times. I haven't not been to the store
All
because
right,
well,
so you
my
just
neighborhood
top up
guy
in the.
got nothing. I go buy some,
Well, hang
right?
on, John. What? So I just bought 3 grams of weed tonight, and it's fucking great weed. I have to
How
admit
much
that
is
it's worth
American dollars?
50 euros. It's worth 50 euros. So 50
How
euros
much
for
is that
three
in
grams.
American dollars? About
It's about $50. About just say
three
$50.
grams?
Yes.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
That's fucking expensive. I got 7 grams for 30 bucks Canadian, which is
There
like
you go.
20,
Now,
that's about
as a drug smoker, as another
23,
drug
20,
smoker,
maybe $24 American, something like
right? I
that.
appreciate that. Now, I'm just saying to you though, doesn't matter where the fuck you get your weed from, as long as it's a good smoke and you recognize a good smoke, then you'll take it to where you are and fuck everyone
Oh,
else.
fuck. I don't even get high anymore. It's more of a habit than anything else, to be honest with you.
You're kidding, John.
No,
You're
I'm not
kidding,
kidding.
man.
Not kidding. When I program a computer, I have to smoke pot. I can't do it without it.
Oh, but if you're programming shit like that, you're fucking stuck to you're stuck to it, your keyboard and your fucking computer for your video for hours and hours and end.
Yep.
What's the purpose in life, John? As a born earther, get away from it.
What the fuck is the purpose in life? Good
What are you
fuck.
going to do that for, though? What are you programming?
You know
Video games?
that's actually the best question you've ever asked. What is
Well, we've only reintroduced ourselves recently. I have a lot of questions to fucking pose, John, and I've already answered. Would you believe, man, the age-old question of 42 being the answer to life, the universe, and everything? I've come up with the question. Would you believe that?
Bald Earther says I'm Canadian. Yeah, I'm fucking Canadian, you dickhead. Everybody already knew that.
Johnny,
I'm watching the chat on the side here.
All right, I can see that. Jeb Skeptic, get the fuck in here, Jeb. That's why I posted the link. Get your fucking arse in here, you dickhead.
Urs. Oh, that guy. I remember him.
He's a Scottish guy. He moves furniture for a living.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm the most educated fucking person that ever comes to a flat Earth thing. I got my military buddy before he died there. 51 dies of a sudden heart attack, eh? Fucking
Well,
guy.
John,
No, I mean he told me. He told me, he says, this is a few years ago. He says, I only got 11 more years to go. This is when he's 50. I said, what do you mean you only got 11 years to go? So every fucking male in my family died at 61. I said, well, fuck, let's go do something then. You got fucking 11 years, let's do something. So fucking, yeah, I almost got killed in fucking Nicaragua. But anyway, no, he fucking, just a few weeks later, he finds out his brother, 61, just died. And fucking the stress, he fucking drank too much that night, and he had a goddamn sudden heart attack at 51. You know,
You're,
and then that was my best friend, and then my other best friend, second best friend, has a fucking stroke like 2 days later. So I lost all my, at this age you don't have a lot of friends, right? You reduce when you're young, you got hundreds, and as you get older, you reduce them, all the time. So in one fucking week, I lost my two best friends. It was destructive. I can tell you that much.
how
So
long ago was that, John? How long ago was that?
this is mine.
Yes, but how long ago was that? Well, I'm just about to roll one, but how long ago it was that week when you lost your two best friends, buddy?
Oh fuck! How long ago was that? 20. It's been a while now. 2015, 16, something like that.
Man,
15.
don't make me cry here, John, but do you think we all meet up again? Do you think there's any greater purpose to this? As a flat earther coming away from the nihilistic,
That's a flat
the
earther.
nothingness of heliocentrism and beyond, I accepted that wholeheartedly, and I have loads of stories to tell. And I accepted and I pass it on to my son that even though we are nothing on all sides beyond this, what makes our lives worthwhile is love for ourselves, love for our fellow man, understanding we're all in the same and nothing boat. Now, I've come to being a flat earth. Let me finish, John. I've come to being a flat earther, and now I know we live forever. And all your best friends you'll meet again, but of course you will. Unless you hope that you won't meet yourself again.
Well, oddly enough, for a fucking mechanical type person, the way I am, an engineer, I
I'm an
do.
engineer as well.
Yeah, I am. I actually believe in the afterlife.
Excellent.
That's the
I'm a,
only. That's the only thing that is not fucking reality based. Let's say, if for lack of a better fucking term, that's the only non-reality
excellent,
based
man.
thing because I experienced life after death.
Excellent. Excellent.
I've seen it with my eyes, and it blew my mind. Blew
So why
my
would you be sad about the passing of your friends then?
Oh, because I won't see him for a while.
Well, why would you be sad about that though, John? You should be delighted about
Yeah,
that and make
yeah,
yourself the best you can make yourself
but we had
when you're
plans.
prepared to meet them again.
He was supposed to come down to Nicaragua with me, and he wasn't able to because he wasn't alive. That's why.
Nicaragua. I
My
bet
other
you when
friend,
you
my other friend, his personality when he got the stroke completely changed. Now he's getting Parkinson's, which is a common thing after you get a stroke. I understand, but no, he's not the same. I haven't really talked to him much since then, and I tried.
well, I'll tell you what to do, John, immediately. Urine is the manna from heaven. Your semen is the
Man,
nectar. Sorry, urine is the nectar of the gods. Your semen is the manna from heaven. But eating proper diet, understanding that we're in a divided state,
fuck that
any
shit.
condition can be healed. Any condition can be healed within ourselves, John,
Fucking
by
diet. You know
consuming
what
our
this
own.
is? What's this?
Yeah, piss. That's fucking piss.
It's Canadian beer. Don't you dare say that. You'll
Right.
get killed.
But you know
Come
what
to
I'm saying,
Canada and
though?
color your
You're
shit.
talking about close friends who are
This
living
haven't
this
you ever
miserable
ever
existence
seen
out
the
to
movie
their end.
Butterfly? Hey, dude.
Come on, John. Are you imperfect? If I asked you, are you in perfect possession of your faculties? What percentage would you say you were in?
What?
I would say I'm 100%. 100% PJ. How would you say?
Started. Could you tell I farted? Could you tell?
Yes, it lifted your body up. That's how rockets work in space, spaceman. Don't you know?
Go the fuck away, you old bastard. Oh, fuck. Uh, I wonder if I can do this too. Look at that. There you go. How many people are watching this now? Oh, 7
All
now.
right, I'm back. I'm back.
I'm bringing you. Hey, Pete. Have you noticed that when I came in here, you had 2 viewers? I watched you for like an hour off and on before I came in, before you hooked up the link, eh? You had 1 or 2 viewers the whole time. Now you got 7. I'm good for your ratings. Everybody wants to hit the spaceman.
I don't care. Well, I don't care about that. I'm glad,
Yeah,
so
you
glad to be
care.
talking
I want to have
to
fun.
you, man. I'm
The
so
whole
glad to be
the
talking
whole
to you.
purpose of this is have a good time.
Listen, I don't care about that anymore. If I wanted to put out, if I wanted to get viewers, and I wanted to make money, never made any money.
I
I have
don't
about
want the money.
170 shows, Spaceman. I'm so glad to be talking to you, man. And because you're in your current situation, whatever that entails,
I'm all
I want you to be honest with me. I want you to get to the core. I actually have a song for you as well, which is a Canadian. What's the most famous Canadian singer you can think of?
Well, there's a whole pile of them, dude.
What's your favorite Canadian singer that you can think of? Going
For,
back to your
for
day.
what
Going
kind of
back
music?
to,
What kind of music?
well, guitar, harmonica.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Oh, I have a great Gordon Lightfoot. If I could, yeah. If I could read
I
your
can
mind,
change
love,
your mind,
what a
love.
tale my thoughts. If I sang that, will
What
you
a
sing along
dream
with me?
I
Do you know the
thought
words of
to
it?
tell. Yeah, of
Yeah, do
course
you
I
know the words
know.
of it? Will you sing
I
along with
know.
me
I
if I
probably
sing it?
know. I'm a musician. I know 400 or 500 songs in my head.
Excellent, man.
But I'm a
So
drummer.
I'm
I'm a drummer,
excellent.
which means
So
I may or may not know all the words, but I'll know a lot
I
of
know
them.
all the words, and you'll join in with me. Excellent, man. I'm going to play the
How
guitar in a
about
few minutes.
what's the one of the most famous Canadian songs ever written?
I was going to sing Neil Young for you and Four Strong Winds.
Well, yeah, Neil Young's big, but this was a particular song.
Oh, brilliant! I know it. I know it. And if you
Okay?
doubt
What was
me, you
what
are
was
wrong. If you doubt me, Spaceman or John, you're wrong. It is a song by the band, and it's called Acadian Driftwood.
no? Well, that's a good one, but no.
What is it then?
Again, Gordon Lightfoot, Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
I fucking heard that. Bollocks.
It's probably one of the best songs ever written in this country,
I sang
in
the
my
song.
opinion. In
So
my
hang on,
opinion,
hang on,
I
hang
mean,
on. Listen
music
to this.
is
Listen to this.
very
1 second. Okay,
subjective,
go
right?
on, go on, go on.
You know, music is extremely subjective. You're allowed.
No, I know that song. I know that song, John.
Yeah,
Let
yeah,
me
but I
promise you,
mean,
I
there is
sang this song the other day in
when
1 second.
you
Bear
were
with me.
how old were you when you started playing guitar?
I sang this song the other day when I was busking in town, and it's taken from the melody of the wreck of Edmund Fitzgerald, and
Great
it's in
song.
1803. Here's the connection to Irish history. Bobby
Yes,
Sands,
yes, actually, yes.
right now you know it. In 1803, we sailed out to sea, out from that sweet
Yes,
town
you
of
said
Kerry.
most cultures have a sea story, but the
Right.
Irish in particular have
It's all bollocks, John Doe.
yeah. But don't forget when the Irish came over to North America, they didn't just settle in the United States; they went to Canada too.
Yes,
Predominantly,
yes, John, they're all just
predominantly the United
men.
States, predominantly Boston, predominantly
John,
Boston.
they're all just men, and you represent every man right now. What's the best you can do, John? Is the Earth's surface we're moving? Is the Earth's surface we're standing on moving, John? Tell the truth. There's only one PJ. In this world, there's only one PJ. And I'm nothing without my son.
We are moving at an incredible speed right now. But there's no way you're ever going to feel it. You are with, what do they call that again? Conservation of momentum. Something like that. Whether it's angular or whatever.
So if every person on this surface of Earth can never is moving at these incredible speeds, but can never experience it, does that make it the ultimate lie?
But you can experience acceleration, but you cannot experience.
Well, answer my question, please, John.
Velocity.
Answer my question, please, John.
What's the difference between speed and velocity?
I know that, but can you answer my question directly?
Yes, I will if you answer mine afterwards.
Right, I know that speed and velocity. Or you mean to say velocity and acceleration, right?
First. Go ahead and ask your question. I'll answer you first.
Okay, you mean to say what's the difference between velocity and acceleration, which I know already. But can you answer my question, which is everyone on the surface of this earth, even though you declare, even if it was true, is moving, we all experience it to be not moving. So that's not that established a normal. That can only be the truth.
That is what is to be, should be, is, and should be expected. Again, okay, so you asked yours, and I said no. To me, that's normal.
Okay, fair enough.
So what's the difference between speed and velocity?
Okay, I thought you were going to say. I thought you misspoke and said velocity. You wanted to say velocity and acceleration. So you really mean speed and velocity. Okay.
Speed and velocity are similar. They have one difference, whereas acceleration is another thing altogether.
Okay. What's the difference between speed and velocity? Are you really good at chess, by the way, John? Are you good at chess?
I'm actually a very good chess player.
Excellent. Now I'll get to your question.
I'm a really, really good chess player. I rarely lose, but
excellent.
Answer my question. I'm going to tell you a little story.
I will. Okay.
And I got a little story. I
will. Lovely. And please bear with me, John, in the sense that this is my own hangout. So let's.
Yeah, whatever. Just answer the question.
Right. So speed and velocity.
You can say it in 2 words or 3.
Well, let me think about it. So let me just for anyone listening, as I break it down in my mind, velocity is the rate of travel in terms of distance over a time, a designated or understood time interval. Speed would be gauged.
That is speed.
Speed would be gauged, I guess. Yeah, speed would be gauged in the same way, except maybe by instrumentation. I don't know. So, what is the difference?
You had your definition of distance over time is correct for speed. Now you need to add one more thing for it to become velocity.
Okay. So, thanks for the clue. So, a perceiver, a measure.
That's not actually a bad answer. That's not actually a bad answer. That's how Einstein saw it, and that's how he saw space-time. He looked at it from the perspective of the person watching, of the observer. Correct. That's not actually really bad, dude. That's pretty good. I'm impressed. Okay, the one difference. Would you like a clue or just the answer?
I just like the answer.
Direction. Velocity has direction. Speed does not. By definition of the mathematical terms. One is time over distance over time. The other one is distance over time plus direction. Now, the direction only comes into play when you're using direction in an equation. And they do things which is called a vector. Now, there are things called vector diagrams. They're used in static dynamics, I don't know if you ever taken engineering, statics, and
I
mechanics.
am a mechanical engineering graduate from the top university in Ireland.
So you took fluid mechanics.
I studied all mechanics. So yeah, don't patronize me or my audience
Why
here,
not? I'm
please.
asking you straight up, man.
Yes, I did study fluid mechanics.
Okay, did you then you must have taken statics and dynamics
Of course, I did.
okay, so you understand then what a vector, you should know what a vector diagram
Yes, it's
is.
a summation of the forces in play as
Yes,
it
exactly.
acts, as you represent it in one particular vector direction with magnitude.
Typically, a vector diagram can come in no less than a triangle, right?
Right.
Typically a triangle, right? A vector in one direction, a vector in another direction, and then the summation or the whatever you want to call it. I forget what
I
the name
get
of
what you're saying here, bud.
it.
Now,
So that's
hang
the
on.
difference between speed and velocity is the vector.
You forget. Let me just say something, John, and please enjoy your smoke, bud. Enjoy your drink. Honestly, take it easy. I listen. Let's allow each other to talk.
Uh,
I have so much to say. I already debunked Einstein completely,
no, you
ultimately,
didn't.
more than anyone else in this world has, John. And
No,
I will
they
tell
haven't.
you
Nobody's
how it
debunked
goes back to
it at all. Not even
The
close to
Michelson
true.
Morley experiment and Einstein's
I'll
radiator.
allow you your foray into the visionary. Go ahead.
Now, if we were on a flat Earth, right, traveling over, let's say, the flat expanses of Arizona or something like that, what's the difference between speed and velocity there? I would venture to
Same
say
thing.
there's none.
Direction. No, it's still the same thing. Vector.
How?
Well, if you're going in a straight line,
Yes.
right? Let's say you go 100 miles in the middle of the salt flats. I've been to the salt flats in Salt Lake, by the way. I lived in Salt Lake City in Utah. So the salt flats, let's say, I don't know, 10, let's say 10 miles. Doesn't matter how far you go. X miles in X time in a straight line.
Yes. Yeah, but come on,
That
get on with it,
that
man.
by definition is both direction or is both speed and velocity. The difference being that they're both the same because you never change direction.
So
If you
then there's no
change,
directional
change
vector involved. So speed is the same as
well,
velocity.
think about when you look at a straw inside glass, right? You know it bends when you look inside the glass, right? The straw bends.
Come on, John. Fuck's sake.
Everybody's seen that. Everybody's seen that. So what's making it bend? The speed and the vector of the light.
I know
The
what. Okay.
velocity, the light doesn't change. The light actually slows down. So both its vector, both its speed and its velocity
Right.
change at the same time as it enters the water. But in neither case is it accelerating.
Right.
It's
Now,
constant. So that's the difference between acceleration, velocity, and speed. Let's consider velocity and speed the same thing. So let's talk about velocity versus acceleration now. So
I think
acceleration
actually I'm a
is
bit
when you're
offended, John,
changing
in a
from one,
sense.
you're changing, right? So
Right.
when you
Right.
cannot use in this particular in this particular instance, you cannot use speed against acceleration unless you continue in a straight line.
Right.
The minute you turn a corner, like if you're in the NASCAR and you're going around the corner, right? As you're going around the corner, you're accelerating. Down the straightaway, you accelerate to a certain speed. Now you're just doing speed. But when you enter the corner, regardless of whether your car slows down or not, you are now
Right.
accelerating
Finish your
because
point now, John, and don't piss me off.
I'm not pissing you off. What the
You
fuck?
are.
Oh, fuck you. Go ahead.
No, but I don't mean that. But you are.
Yeah, yeah, whatever.
You're
Why am
explaining
I
it. Hang
smart for
on,
you?
though.
I know
This is
too
all.
much.
Hang on. This is a back and forth. You know, I'm representing flat and stationary Earth. You're representing spinning ball Earth. The only way you can invoke the difference between speed and velocity in a natural sense is when you take into account that the Earth's surface that the speed is taking place upon
I don't
is
need your
moving itself. Is
that.
that true or not?
I don't need a fucking. You've been in a car going 60 miles an hour. You throw a ball up in the air, it lands right back in your hand. Now, Go in a
give me
car.
this basic
Yeah,
shit
but
now,
go in the
man, that
same
you did
car,
years ago.
same fucking car.
I'll pinch your nipple.
Fuck you. You go in the same goddamn car, and you get the guy to. It's a brand new Corvette, does 0 to 60 in a couple of seconds, whatever. Who knows how fast they go nowadays? But you say, okay, at the same time I throw the ball up in the air, you fucking step on the gas. Kaboom. That ball's in the back seat because that's the difference between acceleration and velocity. If you're constant velocity or constant speed, then you can't feel acceleration. And since the Earth is constantly in acceleration, you can't feel it. Or, sorry, it's in constant speed. Therefore, you can't feel it because the Earth doesn't accelerate. The Earth is always going around. It sort of slows down and speeds up, but not enough to know that a human being would notice it, right?
You're trying to offend me now, aren't you, John? Treating me
Fuck
as if
yeah,
I'm
I'm
fucking
getting
day
worse.
one. You're trying to treat me as if I'm a fucking
Why won't
alcohol
nobody
hooker
else? None of
101.
your friends come in here?
Let me respond, John. Let me respond. Don't have me to raise my voice
Where
on
the
my
fuck
own
are your
channel.
friends? You're
Finish
gonna
up
be.
your point, Dan, and then I'll respond. All
You're
right?
they're gonna be. You know what's gonna happen by next week? By next weekend, when I do another one of these, I'm gonna do one, and they're gonna be. You're gonna be coming into my fucking channel because nobody's gonna be going to yours, and they're all gonna be coming and trying to attack me.
I'm not looking for any fucking people looking at my channel. This is my ability.
Why
This is
you're
my
not having
ability
fun?
to fucking talk
I don't
openly,
see
to play
nobody else.
some music. Have you not been listening, John? I
I don't
haven't
see
heard
nobody
anything
else
from you, Bud. I haven't heard anything from you, which fucking lit up my eyes, which lit up my ears. So I'm waiting for it. But I'm
waiting.
asking you
You're gonna
to,
be waiting
with
a
due
long
respect,
fucking
to
hour.
bear patience as well. You have a spiel to give out. We're all about the truth here.
No, you're not.
Well,
You're about having a
John,
good time.
I've already
You're about
detailed to
fucking
you.
around.
Right.
You're not here for the fucking truth. You're half in and out of the flat earth just for the fun of it. So you're here to have a good time.
What am I making out of it? How much money are you worth, John? How much
Nothing.
money have you in your bank account? I'll tell you
Nothing.
before you answer me. I have about 30 euros to my name. 30
Yeah.
euros. I collected 208 euros on a
You know,
disability allowance from the post office today.
I was
How
loaded
much
just
money have you to your name?
I was loaded just a few years ago. I went bankrupt.
Well, that doesn't mean
Well,
you
I
stop
had
being
a bar.
loaded when you legally become bankrupt, right?
No, I owned a bar, dude, and it went under.
But do you want to be loaded again? Do you want to make money again?
No, I I don't need much because I'm going to be living in Central America during the winters, and come back to Canada, and the pension here, the government shit pays me enough to do that.
And that's the
It's
rest of
not.
your life.
I
That's the
don't have
rest of
my own
your
house.
life laid out, John.
I lost the house, right? I lost the house, and now I got to pay fucking rent like every other stupid motherfucker on the planet. But how does that make me any different than anybody else, right?
What, John? You have
What?
everything. You're richer than anything else. You're richer than any other man on this planet. You don't have material things in that sense. You're not indebted. Your future is
I
uncertain.
don't
You're
know. I don't.
thinking that your life is going to be played out according to the previous tale. Everything has changed, John.
I've lived like this my whole life. You know, I had money on
What are
and
you
off.
searching for then? Who's the love of
What?
your life, John? Who's the love of your
What?
life?
What?
Who's the love of your life? What are you searching for?
Oh, I don't have a person.
Bullshit.
I don't.
Bullshit. By the very
No.
nature of our divided reality, male
It'd
is
be nice
divided from a
if you have
female.
somebody
There has
that,
to be a woman in your mind. Love your children if you have children, of course you do, but there has to be a woman in your
breaking up.
mind. Soulmate.
Your audio is breaking up. You're frozen now.
Your is, which
Uh-oh.
song will I
I
play
bet.
you anyway, John? Which song will I play
Oh,
you
there you are.
in the
I
meantime?
didn't hear a word you said. You broke up.
But your connection is breaking up, man. So I can't.
No, we're both whatever. But it's.
Okay,
I didn't
grand.
hear half of what what we
All I was
said.
saying, all I asked you was, what have you to live for then, John? Have you a soulmate, a love of your life in your mind, an idealized situation?
Nope, not
Well,
right now.
John, did you never live before? Did you never? Will you never live after? Is your consciousness gone when you survive?
I don't know about that. I don't know what it is. I know I've seen something that I believe because I
Right.
saw it, but I can't. I don't even. I don't know
I
what.
experienced
I
something,
don't
John.
know what it
I
was. I don't know what
right,
it was. I felt, and I saw things
right,
that should not exist in this fucking
right.
world. If you're a realist, let's say, whatever, for a lack of a better word.
Yeah, I get you.
But I saw what I saw. I felt what I felt.
No
Uh,
fucker will take
and
that evidence away from you, right, John? And don't let anyone.
I'm not going to say I didn't feel it and see it. I don't
Right.
know. I don't know what it
But
was. I can't describe
your problem is when you go against the scientific evaluation of our existence. I'm
it.
going
Oh,
to say to you,
God.
trust yourself, John. Trust
Science,
yourself.
science
Fuck
is a
them
lot
all.
easier than the fucking idiots in this thing think it is. If you have any amount of math in your background, you can understand the vast majority of what's available on the YouTube. Most of it's not super complicated. You don't have to study Einstein's field equations like I have, you know?
I've already debunked. Hang on, John. I've already debunked Einstein. I've already decoded Einstein in multiple
Really?
different
What's
ways
his
and
field
in the
equation?
ultimate way.
Well, how did you debunk Einstein? I want to hear this.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I want to hear. Name me one thing about him you debunked.
Einstein was a tranny. He was a fraud. Let
No,
me
I don't
pose the
want to hear that.
question.
I want to hear one of his scientific
Right,
theories.
I will do. I'm
Okay.
setting this. I'm setting the what do you call it? The scene. How about
And,
that, John?
and Alan Turing was a
Why?
homosexual.
Actually, what am I
You
doing
know who
here?
Alan Turing was?
Hang on, 1 second. 1 second, please. Something's after happening. I'm after realizing why
What?
am I? Why am I stressed here? And
I don't know.
you're directing and the sort of the theme and the tempo of my responses. I'm going to be
No, I'm
calm
not.
in my own
I'm
channel.
asking you, do you know who Alan Turing is?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He's the guy who is credited with breaking the Enigma code,
Correct. Correct. He also
and he
wrote.
was supposed to have died by eating a poisoned apple. Right?
I don't know about that actually. I don't know how
Well,
he got.
look it up.
I know he was charged with being a homosexual in Britain
Yes.
back when this was a
Why
problem.
did you mention him?
Well, because you say you debunked Einstein, yet I look at a person like Alan Turing because I'm a computer guy, and the Turing method, what he developed, the algorithm, which is what it was that he developed, is exactly what computers use to this day. They still teach the Turing method because it computers, since the day he created what he created, have not changed one single little bit.
I don't
Not even
give a
at all.
fuck, John.
Nothing. Nothing.
Don't give one fuck.
So I ask you, the reason I'm bringing that up. Oh, something happened on our screen there.
No, you're all
Oh, you're,
right.
you're doing something with it. But
I'm
anyway,
gonna share. I'm gonna share
yeah,
an
that's
image
fine. That's fine. That's fine. Do your thing, man.
because you're an
So
expert in
I,
Einstein.
I'll
Keep
just,
talking,
I
please. Yeah,
just saw a change. That's all. But
keep
anyway,
talking.
so Turing was the man of his age for computers. Nikola Tesla was the man of his age for the generator, the alternator, the whatever. He came up with the three phase electrical
Yeah,
system, which powers a modern world.
this guy
Einstein.
here, Tesla, right? You can see him.
I'm getting to your Einstein thing. And that's where I'm going to ask you a question. So Einstein, yeah, he was really really that guy was unbelievable. Oh yeah, I got to ask you afterwards. Remind me to ask you about the guy in Florida later.
Okay.
Um, but anyway, so Einstein, another man of that time, because Tesla is like 1890 around there when he got hooked up with
Yeah.
Westinghouse. touring was really came
Like
with study.
1940s, something like
Well,
that.
yeah, but he had been studying computers and developing that. He didn't come up with that
Right.
on the spur of the moment. So he'd
I
been
know
there.
that.
He was 10 years ahead. But anyway, I'll accept 1940s. That's fine. And Einstein was 1905 and 1915.
Yeah.
So the first one was the general theory, and then there was the special theory. So, and I'm going to make this statement, and then you're going to contradict me, okay?
Well, let's see.
Here's my statement. That special theory, 107 years old, and to this day has been proven right, 100%, all of it, and nobody has come up with anything to prove him wrong. And he's also responsible for nuclear power. E equals mc squared. Simple as that. So now tell me how you could possibly debunk thousands upon hundreds of thousands, millions of scientists.
You
About
fucking dickhead.
the
You're
guy.
a fucking dickhead, spaceman. As if I'm a fucking day one, as if I'm a day one fucking flat earther, and you're giving out your spiel that you've given out a million times
Well,
before, parroting the official
you said you
story.
debunk one of the theories.
You're a
Debunk.
fucking dickhead, man.
Yeah, I know.
Let me ask you this. That's the nearest. I get fucking sick of looking through my pictures. You see the image on the right here?
I can hardly see that. Let me put my glasses on. Oh,
Hang
the
on.
Boris Johnson. Is that his mom or something?
That's on the left. That's Boris Johnson. That's
Yeah, I know.
I didn't mean to bring that up.
Right.
I only want you to focus on the image on the right. Do you know
Who is
the
it?
person on the right is?
Who is it?
Who do you think it might be?
Don't forget, I come from the Americas, so I'm going to say, and I know it's not her. Eleanor Roosevelt is who she looks like to me, but that's
Okay,
not
that's fair
Eleanor
enough.
Roosevelt.
Now you're an expert in Einstein. This is Elsa Einstein.
Oh, is it really?
Yes, it is.
Isn't
Is that not? Would you kiss that? Would you kiss that? Would you say, "Hang on, love, you're a man in a wig. You're Curly from the Three Stooges in a wig. Hold on." God has the best sense of humor going. I swear to you. I swear to God.
Hey, tell me, do you do stand-up comedy where you live? Because you probably should. You might actually be successful.
The funniest thing about all of this
Oh,
is
you're talking.
this is what you believe in. This
You
is
should
what
be
you're
like
telling
you
me.
should be
The
like an
guy
Irish.
who left his wife
Oh,
for his
sorry.
cousin, which is Elsa Einstein, came up with the theory of relativity.
You're quite.
And in every way has been proven by modern scientists. Who is the joke on here, spaceman?
You know who Don Rickles is? The American comedian?
I don't particularly know.
Come on, the guy who insults everybody. Don Rickles. He's dead.
I don't. What can I say? I don't. It doesn't.
Well, you should look him up because you could be an Irish Don Rickles. You really could if you followed his style. I actually think you could pull it off on stage, man. Because I know you got the balls. You play guitar, so you got the balls to play on stage. I'm hoping. I know
I could
I'll
be a
get up
great
on
comedian,
I'll get up
man.
on
I
any
could be
stage
great.
anytime, anywhere.
I could be great. Hang on, hang on. See, this is the problem, spaceman. You expect to live out your life in the same order as everything that
Right.
you've lived before. I've always expected. The last time I saw my son, I expected changes. I've always talked about the changes. So every new day, the changes are coming. I can't plan for the future. I cannot live a lie, and I cannot try and profit from that lie within a certain greater knowing. I cannot do it. I have no affiliations, man. I have no
Times
affiliations.
can change me, but I can't change time.
Right, right.
Bum,
Don't
bum,
get me
bum,
started on.
bum,
I
bum,
play.
bum, bum, bum,
I
bum.
play a Space Oddity regularly.
It's a good
I play it
song.
now, actually.
Told you, I know about 400, between 400 and 500 songs in my head.
Excellent, man. How many songs have you written, bud?
I've never written one. I'm a drummer.
Get the fuck out of here. You've never written a song.
I'm a drummer.
I don't
But,
give a
but,
fuck what
but,
you
but,
are
but
outside of that. You've
oh,
never
I
written a
oh, I
song.
know so many songs. I don't know all the breaks, right? Like, okay, there'll be like a
You've
song.
never written a song in your life. Get the hell out of here.
I took music. I took music at university too, so I
I'll
know.
tell you something for nothing,
I understand.
spaceman.
I,
Hey,
I
spaceman.
understand music theory. I took music
Hey,
theory.
spaceman. My first song, or your first song, I bet you something for nothing. Not here right now, but if you want to
Yeah.
work on that, I will be your best interaction. And we'll write a song to fucking together.
Changes, stays the same. Changes. Pretty soon we gonna get over it. Something like that. Yeah, I play. He's quiet. That's pretty bad, dude. You could actually add that into your comedy routine, though.
I don't give a fuck for
Oh,
entertaining people. I
you
come
could
on
actually
here
do
to
that.
talk to myself.
You should seriously consider stand up. You could share. Yeah.
Man,
Have you ever watched Ricky Gervais?
yes.
So have you watched the new one, Supernature?
Well, I haven't, but I know
Oh, okay, I'm
I
gonna
know
give
his game. I know
I've,
Ricky
I've,
Gervais'
I've come
game.
up with a condensed version of one of his long jokes.
Go on.
So back in the '80s when AIDS started, right? God looked down on the earth and he says, we can't have everybody ass fucking like that. We gotta get rid of these people. So he created AIDS because it's God's wrath, right? AIDS is God's wrath. And he sent that down to man, and man said, well, what the fuck do I do? He says, stick it up your ass, and any cock that comes in there, give him a little bit. Keep the rest for the next cock, right? So the guy says, so what do you want me to do with them? He says, well, kill them all. They're fucking homos. Kill them all. So what about the lesbians? He says, oh no, leave them alone. I like watching them. Okay, so Ricky Gervais did it a lot better than me. Tell you, that's about a 3 or 4 minute joke the way he tells it. He builds it up.
Have you ever heard of Carl Pilkington?
What?
Have you ever heard of Carl Pilkington? Pilkington. Never.
Not,
Have
not,
you,
no,
have
not.
you, are you on a laptop right now, John? Are you on a laptop?
I'm on my little computer here.
Okay. How actually? I've only one beer left. I reckon I have a good few smokes left. But how would it feel? Actually, do you know what we do now? Do you know what we're going to do?
What?
Perfect. Perfect. I'm what 3 minutes 40, what 50 minutes. So 3 hours 50 minutes. I have 20 hours per month. So I'm about 10 hours grand. I'm going to play for the audience, for you yourself.
Timing. I'm going to get a beer.
Excellent. So what I'm going to do is play Ricky Gervais and Carl Pilkington, who you've never heard of, and I'm going to play it for the first few minutes. And I guarantee you, every one of us here are going to be bursting our bollocks laughing after a certain while. I can stop it intermittently. I can stop. Hang on, John. Hang on. I'm going to go for a smoke at the front as well. I can stop it intermittently, but it's sort of
Oh,
like
you
an
got a
intermission.
girlfriend, so
So
you
that's what I
can't.
was saying to you. Grab a can, grab a smoke, and pay attention to this. I'm going to find it, and yeah. And when I come back from my cigarette, I can stop it and pause it. When you want to comment on the hilarity after your stomach is after settling from bursting laughing.
I'm advertising your StreamYard here.
Fuck advertising. Doesn't matter about that. You mentioned Ricky Gervais. I have so much to say about Ricky Gervais.
Oh, he's
You wouldn't believe
hilarious.
it, man. Do you know what he is? He's an ardent ball earther, John. Now, you never heard of Carl Pilkington.
Very ardent, and you don't believe in God. Thank God that you don't believe in God.
Well, hang on.
Thank God you don't believe in God, because you don't need a God. You know why you don't need a God?
You believe in God. I believe in God
No,
intimately.
you know why you don't need a God?
Go on.
Because you have two choices in this world. You can choose nothing, or you can choose something. Nothing means that there is absolutely nothing, which means that you're not even there to picture nothing. Therefore, nothing cannot exist. Therefore, something must exist, and we are that something. Therefore, we do not need a God to create something because it had to happen regardless, or there would be nothing.
You don't know what nothing is, John. You cannot show
Yeah,
me
nothing
nothing.
is.
Don't give me that fucking. Don't give me that pseudo intellectual babble. You're talking to PJ on PJ's channel right now, so don't give me that pseudo intellectual babble that you
It's
give out to
super
everyone.
intellectual, isn't it?
Yes, but I understand what you're saying. It's passable to the obvious fucking dumb blonde
What's
in the
in the
box.
box? What's in
Oh,
the box?
dumb blonde. Well, I put on. If I had a dumb blonde wig,
What
pretend
the?
this is a blonde wig.
What's in the
Yeah,
box?
pretend this is a blonde wig. Oh,
What's
John.
what's
Oh,
what's in the box?
You sound very intelligent, John. I bet you have a big dick.
What's in the box?
Right. Now, hang on, John.
Have you seen that
Go with
movie?
me on this.
Tell
No,
me,
you
have you
gotta
seen
go
that
mute.
movie?
Hang on,
You know where
bud.
that fucking line comes from.
Listen,
Do
you're
you know
going
where
to
that
London.
line comes from? What's in the box?
What box?
You don't know where the fuck the line "What's in the box" comes from? You're an
That's from
Irishman, right?
don't make me sad now. I saw
Seven.
that in a
The
cinema
movie
hall
Seven.
in Reading. I saw it in a cinema hall in Reading with a girl called Suzanne, and she was so gorgeous. She was a German girl, but it was from, of course, the movie Seven. It was from the movie Seven.
No. Seven. Have you ever heard of the movie Seven?
I just said it, dickhead.
What girl are you talking? Oh, his wife. Right. Okay.
No. I said you just brought back a memory to me where I saw the movie Seven in a
Oh,
movie hall in Reading, in England, with a girl called Suzanne, a gorgeous German girl.
I got you. Okay, I didn't get that part.
Now, John, have you got a big joint rolled?
I have to
Excellent.
roll another one.
Excellent. You have a can on the go. I'm going to share my screen. Put your screen on mute for the next few minutes. I'm going to have a smoke out the front. I've seen this before. You are going to burst your colon laughing.
No, you're not.
This is Carl Pilkington,
I have no
who's
interest.
Ricky
I have no
Gervais's
interest
friend.
I have
Hang on,
no
John.
interest in
This is Ricky
lecturing
Gervais's friend.
or
Hang on,
saying
John.
anything
Go on
to
mute right
these people.
now.
What?
Hang on.
I have no
mute
interest
right
in
now.
saying any of these people. I'm just.
Get your last words in
I'll
there
probably put
before you
on
go
a
on
video.
mute.
I'll probably put on a video of flat Earth while you're gone.
No. Stay with me, man. I'm putting this on for you, bud.
Well,
Right?
you want me to leave?
No, I'm not. I want you to stay.
Then why don't you fucking smoke where you're sitting?
I will do. Actually, I will do.
What the fuck do you need to go outside for?
Well,
It's warm there right now.
Home here. My mother's downstairs. She already thinks.
Yeah. What's the temperature where you are?
If there's a smell of weed in the house, I'm already.
What
Weed is a devil's drug.
where you are?
Okay, I'll do that.
What temperature is it where you are?
Oh, it's about 15 degrees Celsius, which is about 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
How much?
About is it? Hang on, let me stop sharing here because I forgot to press the share. So if it's about so it's about 50, 55 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that.
I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian.
It's a warm evening. It's about 15 degrees Celsius.
I'm Canadian. We use Celsius. Only the Americans use
it's about 15 degrees Celsius. Actually, it's 10 degrees Celsius according to my Google.
That's when I switch. That's when I switch. In the anything below 10, I think of in Celsius. Anything above 10, I tend to think in Fahrenheit because I lived a lot of years in the United States.
Why are you asking me though? It's not what temperature is it there then in Celsius? It's 10 degrees here.
I'm not in Celsius.
I might be comfortable whipping off my top, but my t-shirt be under. I wouldn't be comfortable naked.
Which one do you want? Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius will do.
All right. Give me 2 secs here. I gotta look it up.
2 secs? 1 sec to do me.
Oh, there it is. Hang on. Celsius. 22.
That's fucking mad hot. I'm warm enough here as well.
Oh, you
Anyway,
kidding me? This isn't even warm for me.
well, anyway, I'll stay where I am, John.
I've lived in the South, the deep South, and Central and
Fuck.
America.
What are we old people talking about the weather?
I lived in Florida for like 12, 15 years, maybe. Something like that.
Anyway, listen. I'm going to stay here and smoke. And my mother is going to kill me. My mother's downstairs because the smell of weed is going to be everywhere. Anyway, put yourself on mute momentarily, John, and listen to this. This is Ricky Gervais, and this is the Carl Pilkington I was talking about. Now, just we go, John, just we go there for a reason. A fool sometimes is not a fool. So put yourself on mute.
When you
if
come
you don't
back,
like it,
come back. Watch
John,
what happens.
if you don't like it,
there'll be a bunch of fucking people who put fucking chat in there.
John, if you don't like it, then you can just tune out. Stop talking though and being rude. Stop talking and being rude.
I've seen this shit before.
Stop. All right, well that's fair enough then. Let's leave it go for a second.
Fuck off. You don't need to go outside, you dumbass.
I'm staying where I am.
Hello. Welcome to
Hang on, John. I told you I'm staying exactly where I am according to your request. So just go on mute and get yourself ready for a laugh. And if you have seen this before, let other people get themselves ready for a laugh. This is for, by the way, for the YouTube box. This is about educational purposes, and anything that can make you laugh has to be informative.
Ricky Gervais tells the truth. He's one of the most truthful comedians there is.
Ricky Gervais is the liar, bud. Stop it.
Oh, no, he's fucking awesome.
Right. Now, have you heard? Do you know who Carl Pilkington is?
Everybody equally. That's what I like about him.
Do you know who Carl Pilkington is?
What?
Now, otherwise, just fucking go on mute, John.
What the fuck are you up to? Just
Carl Pilkington. You are about to meet John. You are about to meet Carl Pilkington. Go on mute. What? I'll go full screen, and Ricky Gervais and Carl Pilkington are best of friends. I'm staying here. I'm staying here rooted, having my smoke. So please go on mute.
For fuck's sakes.
Right, please go on mute and get ready to laugh.
May or may not be here when you get back. You got fucking.
I don't give a fuck. Just go on mute and get ready to laugh.
I'm Ricky Gervais. With me, Carl Pilkington.
What a fucking dick.
I won't be speaking your language. I won't be translating what.
One sec. Just go on mute, John, and laugh.
Okay, are you gonna fucking get this over with or what?
Okay, here we go.
The translation will come up on the bottom of the screen.
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and watch Ricky Gervais when I can watch Ricky Gervais anytime I want.
This is my friend.
I don't need to watch this when I'm talking.
Shut up, John.
He is bold.
Turn the fucking thing off or go for your smoke, one of the two.
I'm not going for my smoke. I'm going to have it here. So shut up.
Bullshit. I don't want to watch this.
You can see I've got no hair.
No, I know.
Watch enough Ricky Gervais.
A language. Bald isn't a bald head isn't that important.
All right, well, I'm gonna sit here and watch this, bro.
This is about sort of.
Last time I had to leave, you'll make me leave again.
So it's all useful. There's so many words, they might as well start somewhere.
There's too many words. A lot of words.
Really?
Words.
Just go on mute, John. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you. Get rid of it or see you later, man.
No worries.
Is bold.
You talked to Jeb Skeptic, who didn't even bother to come in.
You have the exit button there, John.
Fucking orange.
Right, I really don't know why they need to learn this.
What's that? Challenge?
I need to say that one day.
No, but I get enough.
Learning English with Ricky Gervais.
Fucking fun in here.
Learning English with Ricky Gervais. Stop, John. Go on mute.
Milk for tea.
Fuck you.
Coffee. Teach me useful stuff.
Okay. Go on, teach them something then.
Keep fucking Pete.
Go on mute, please.
I'm not speaking English yet. So
Chinese.
Go on mute, John.
I've been to China.
John, go on mute, please.
Oh, I'm not gonna. I'm not clicking anything. I'm watching.
So just go on mute.
They like you though. They say keep playing.
Go on mute, John.
keep
See, they don't
playing
need to know
Pete.
about milk.
Oh,
They
I
don't
thought
need
they
to
said keep Psycho Pete.
Go on mute,
know
John.
of milk.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
Milk.
You
I'm
can do
fucking
that.
with you then. You fucking dickhead.
You can
You're
do
a fucking
that.
dickhead now.
You do it. You know, whatever, man. Do what you
I'm
want.
not going to remove you. Just
You're
go
only,
on
you're
fucking
only
mute.
fucking
I'm
guest.
asking you to go on mute.
Look
I
at that.
want let the audience
Only
hear
fucking guest.
the humor.
Only guest.
I don't give a fuck. I'm just asking you to go on mute and listen for what the audience are listening to. Now, will you do that?
I'm not going on mute.
Right. Let's continue on, friends.
Smell.
What does smell mean,
Go
Carl?
back to the start again. And smoke my fucking fag here as well. This is Learning English with Ricky Gervais. I asked Dickhead here, who was singing the praises of Ricky Gervais. So funny. He's so funny. He's so intelligent. He's so everything. He's a fucking fake. He's a ball earther. He pushes climate change. He's a fucking fake. But I asked him, did he hear about Carl Pilkington? And this is where, I want to introduce humor, or that there's a great humor beyond all of this. All of these characters are playing a part. Ricky Gervais is playing the part, just a spaceman here. John is playing the part. And he couldn't even fucking put himself on mute, knowing he was in my hangout, and it was just me and him talking. And I want everyone to get laughing a little bit. Anyway, that's going to stop me from trying to laugh. Fuck them all. We'll play a song after this as well. And fuck them all next door and downstairs and upstairs or whatever. Anyway, laugh, my friends. Carl Pilkington. Learn English with Carl Pilkington.
I'm Ricky Gervais. With me, Carl Pilkington. I won't be speaking your language. I won't be translating what I say. I'll just be speaking English. Okay? The translation will come up on the bottom of the screen. This is my friend, Carl Pilkington. He is bold. He is bold. He has no hair. Carl Pilkington has no hair.
Yeah, I know. They can see I've got no hair.
No, I know.
What do they need to know that for? If they learn a language, bald isn't a bald head isn't that important. Teach them how to ask for bread or milk.
We'll get to that. But this is about sort of friendship and family. You know. So it's all useful. There's so many words. You know, they might as well start somewhere.
Too many words. A lot of words. Lots of words.
So you say it. Carl Pilkington is bold. Carl Pilkington has got a head like a fucking orange.
I really don't know why they need to learn this.
Because they might need to say that one day.
No, but I get enough abuse now from English people. I don't want Chinese suddenly turning up going, fucking orange.
Teach them how to say milk.
I need milk. Milk for tea. Coffee. Teach them useful stuff.
Okay, go on, teach them something then.
Who am I talking to?
People around the world, they can't speak English yet. So what are they?
Chinese.
Okay,
I've been to China. None of them know English.
Right.
So they need
to learn English.
Okay.
So,
what do they want to know?
See, they don't
need to know about milk. They don't like milk. I think English people smell of milk.
They
smell of milk. Smell.
What does smell mean, Carl?
Smell. Stink.
Fucking hell.
You smell.
Rank.
So you've got a Chinese fella. He's coming over here and he's learned the word rank, meaning you stink.
Smell.
Stank.
Stunk. That stunk.
Give an example.
You smell.
You smell.
You shit.
You shit.
You said they want to know smell.
Yeah,
Right.
But
why are you teaching them
without prepositions and proper grammar? Why are you teaching them to speak like this?
Stink.
Stink.
You shit.
Why are you teaching them to just speak
proper
English?
Right,
okay.
Always speak proper English.
Okay.
Tell
Um,
So what
what
do they want to know?
know?
Well, what smell mean?
Smell.
So we're featuring the word smell.
This is about the word smell.
Right, when
Right, when
something
something smells, they know what it means.
When
It's
something
stinks.
When
It
it's off.
doesn't always mean that.
It's
Doesn't always mean that.
It's also
a
nice
It's
smell.
also a verb to smell.
It's a verb.
It's a verb.
Smell
is a verb.
Yes, but what
Yes,
we've got to
but what they've
remember
got to
is
remember is if they go up to someone and go, you smell, it's not always positive.
You wouldn't. You say you smell nice.
Right.
But if you say
But if
you
you say you
smell,
smell,
they'll get a
they'll get a smack in the face.
Smack in the face.
Smack in the face. Carl, what's a smack in the face?
When
When someone thumps you,
Thump. The worst English lesson ever. Right. Okay. Okay. What would they want to let you see? That's why we've got to focus on. Are we focusing on Chinese?
No.
Well, we should
because
different people want different things.
Right.
So what would Chinese want? They come to England. Right. What do they want? Why are you talking to me like I can't understand? Because I'm trying to think how to be clear to them.
Okay.
So
forget where they come from, wherever they come from in the world, they want the same things.
No, but words don't mean the same thing.
In certain places, there's people where it stinks in the world.
They wouldn't come to England and need to say
smells because they're from a smellier place.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Milk.
Let's do milk.
Okay.
Let's do milk for anyone who isn't English. Okay. We will act out a scenario now where you might need milk. Okay. Hello, Carl. Would you like a cup of tea?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Strong. What tea bag
have you got?
That is a question I ask. Because it all depends on the amount of milk. Do you have Thai fu? That means more milk. Thai fu does not mean more milk.
It's a very strong tea bag.
Right.
Twining.
They don't need to know the details. This isn't a travel guide. This is English for people. Okay. Hello, Carl.
Hiya.
Would you like a cup of tea?
I'd love one, I'm gasping.
How do you like it?
Strong,
no sugar.
Tea bag, okay?
Yeah, tea bag,
yeah.
That should be alright.
Would you like some milk?
Just
a drop. Not much.
Would you like semi-skimmed milk? Semi-skimmed milk.
Full.
Carl is enjoying his tea. He had it strong with a drop of milk. So that's the basics. In England, we like to drink tea. We drink tea. We also drink coffee. We also drink beer. Let's go shopping. So I'll just go into the shop. Ring. Hello.
Yeah.
I want a fish.
What sort of fish
do you want?
Loads.
What sort of fish are there?
Loads.
I haven't got time to.
It's busy time.
Have a look and come back to
I don't know what type of fish is this.
That's a
kipper.
Okay. A kipper. What's a kipper?
Chinese and Japanese.
I just thought about it. In my own hangout, and I know Spaceman is a fucking fake, I'm Carl Pilkington there, and he's fucking Ricky Gervais winding me the fuck up. That's why this whole thing is fucking successful. It's easy for a seemingly intelligent man to take the piss out of a seemingly fucking dumbass, but who is fucking wiser at the end of the day, and who makes you laugh more?
Fish really well. They don't need
Stop thinking we're just talking to Chinese and I don't know where the Japanese came. It was just Chinese people. This is for anyone who wants to learn English. Anywhere around the world. There might be Spanish, there might be French, there might be German. Okay? Why do you only care about the Chinese learning about this?
Because most Spanish people can speak English. They've been taught it. All right, kipper. It's a fish. It's sort of a fishy sort of fish. Some fish that's more meaty. Tuna. What sort of thing are you after today? Is this for you or for someone else?
This is for me. I'd like to buy a fish, please.
Right, but surely you know what kipper is. Look at it. Look at it.
See, there's me fucking taking Spaceman, Dickhead John, Nicaraguan fucking veteran seriously, at least for the sake of the audience and for the sake of discussion. And all he's doing is taking the piss out of me.
Fish. Here it's called kipper. Where are you from?
I don't speak English.
I'd just wrap any old shit up and give it. You're like this. Tenner. Rip you off. Because I'm busy. And that's what happens in this country. That's what they want to be careful of if they're watching this. If you come into England, don't be ripped off. Rip off. Conned. Taken advantage of.
Done up like a kipper.
Done up like a kipper.
Look at this foreigner. I done him up like a kipper.
This is when English gets complicated because kipper, a lot of English words can mean many things. Where? Same word, different thing. Wearing. Where have you been? I'm wearing a jumper. Where have you been? Where?
Wherewithal.
Brilliant.
One word, two meanings.
At the spa. Hello. I'd like to book an appointment for a treatment.
Okay. When are you thinking? We're busy all today. Tomorrow?
Can we just do it today? Can it just be available now? Can't we just do it that it's available now? There's nothing.
Well, all right, I can fit you in. Someone hasn't turned up yet, so we can get you in sort of in 10 minutes.
Okay. Right. Okay.
What would you like?
I would like a back, crack, and sack waxing, please. I would like my back waxed, my crack waxed, and my sack waxed.
Not unreasonable.
Do you do the treatment yourself?
No.
I'd like you to.
Well, I can't.
Why not?
Because I have to be on reception taking calls.
Well, okay.
You can't request who's doing your sack, your crack, or your back. There's a woman in the
Take what you fucking get.
Well,
This is fucking insane. Right, that's enough. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know who's going to learn anything.
Wait. Okay.
You want crack doll? I want crack doll from China. I like my crack.
I said you can be going in 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm not doing it. I'm a work here. I'm not paid or qualified to be sorting your ass out.
Wait, okay. Actually, thinking about it, the hair on my crack hasn't grown back, nor has the hair on my back. But my sack is very hairy. Wait, my sack is very hairy. I don't need my back waxed or my crack waxed, but I need my sack waxed.
Right.
You want sack waxed?
You haven't done it yourself. because it's the back and the crack that's the difficult bit. The sack you can do yourself. To be honest, it should all be growing at the same time.
No,
So there's something wrong with you. No, you've got a hairy bollock. I mean, your back is lovely and bold.
Right.
You don't need it doing.
Bold. My back is bald. My crack is bald. My sack needs waxing.
Right.
Your sack needs waxing.
It's quite an emergency. My balls are very hairy. Can I have them waxed, please?
Yes.
How much just for the balls?
£15.
£15
for the boat.
For two.
15 cents per hair.
It's $7.50.
Yeah, but we don't split it. That's the price.
We don't split hairs.
One done.
No, I have
£15.
I have two balls. I have two balls. How many balls do you have, Carl?
Two.
Carl has two balls. Are your balls hairy?
Average.
Okay. Which is strange because Carl's balls are hairy, but he is bald on his head. His head looks like a ball.
17 hairs per square centimeter. I've measured it. It's average.
His head looks like a ball.
Show us your bollocks.
Testicle. Carl has a head like a bald testicle, but his testicles aren't bald. Okay, how long will it take to wax my balls?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
This is fucking Ricky Gervais is fucking his fucking spaceman, and Carl Pilkington is PJ dumbass, or at least everyone thinks he's a dumbass. But I go along with it for politeness, although I already see it or see through it from the start, from the outset.
So it's £15 and 10 minutes. Can you do it? Can you do it now, please?
No, I won't be doing it. You'll be meeting Leslie in the back room.
I don't really. I'm a little bit shy. I know you. Could you?
You don't know me. You've just turned up.
Could you wax my balls?
No, I'm not waxing your balls. Bollocks. Scrotum. What else is there? Testi. If you're having one done.
You can't have one done.
Sack.
You can't have one done. It's not part of the deal. It's the whole or nothing.
What else is there?
Okay.
Right,
We've done
done.
that waxing. Okay. At the doctor's. Hello, doctor.
Hello.
I have a pain.
Okay, whereabouts is the pain?
My anus.
Of course it is. None of this is worth
It's a sore point. It's a sore point.
And would you go home? If you're ill, go home.
If
I come here, look fucking at Palace. Sore, you can tell me go home. Why can't you treat my sore ass?
is in this country,
He can go to the doctors and use our NHS system if he had an achy arse. He'd get on the first flight home. Why aren't you going travelling? You're here as a tourist. Yes. Right, we'll see London. Instead of worrying about your hairy bollocks, see the London Eye. The London Eye. Tower of London.
That's an anus. The London Eye is an anus. I haven't even been on the London Eye.
Tower of London. London Eye.
Right, he mentioned the London Eye. That's hilarious. We were on the London Eye, myself and Sarah and Stephen, and I said to Steve at the very start, I said, Steve, now it's going to go a long way around. Let's, it's going to take a while. If you need to go for a pee right now, please go. Steve said, oh, granddad, what was it? That was back in 2010, so he was 8 years of age. So London Eye is 24 cabs, and I think it's 24, maybe 32, probably 24, but it goes around and it takes about 10 or 15 minutes to go around, and you get to stop around and look around. But anyway, I said that to Steve. I said, now, Steve, Well, all of us, right? We all knew it. Now, Steve, now you have to go now. If you need to go for a pee, go for a pee now. I'm good, Dad. I'm good. I'm good. All right, nice one. I swear to you, when we got on the cab and we started rising up, Dad, I need to go for a pee. I'm going, hang on to it, love. Hang on to it. Because it was like, it was a big, like James Bond. So one of those cabins, you could fit about 20 people in. And it was just about a standing room. Like you just stand around and go where you want. And we just started moving down. I need to go for a pee. I go, oh, what? Hey, what are you doing to me? Anyway, I'm encouraging him. Take it easy. Don't think about the water below the Thames. Don't think about that. Don't think about anything else, Steve. Just hold on to it. Can you hold on to it, my love? And he's going, anyway. I had a bottle of water, and I couldn't let my son suffer. And eventually, I think it wasn't close to the top. Whenever he had to go, I said, "Okay, son, all you can do is pee into the bottle." So he was peeing into the bottle at the top of the London Eye, looking over the world, the capital of London. I guess in a way that represents that, because I'm king of ARA, he's king of the world. Of course he is. Of course he is, but that's a true story regarding the London Eye. It definitely is. And the London Eye is actually an anus. Would you believe that, friends? It's an anus. But you might think that's dirty. But have you an anus? Have you an eyeball? What do you think the relationship between your mouth and your anus is? Yeah, anyway, that's just a true story that happened. And it was hilarious. And there was no ill feelings, of course. Of course, he thought that he didn't have to go for a pee beforehand, even though I stressed it. And maybe by me stressing it, are you sure you don't need to go for a pee? He was sort of suppressing it. And then immediately when we started moving, it instigated some sort of a vibrational reaction within his body. And he had to go immediately. And the minute there was a risk of him peeing in his pants, of course I said, "Of course, come on, Steve, just okay. If you have to go, you have to go. Pee into the bottle." And I had a bottle of water, and I drank half of it, and he pissed into it. He's only 8 years of age, so that was brilliant. And we made our way around, and we came out, and we had a great time for the rest of the time, relatively anyway.
Buckingham Palace, the Queen. I've never been on holiday and had to have my anus seen to. I haven't had to have it seen to whilst I'm here, at home.
Me too. Me too, Carl. I mean, that's the last thing you want anyone to look at. Although I did say earlier on, did I say it here, friends? I might not have said it here. Something happened to me last year, and I had to have it's not that I had to have my anus seen to, but a doctor looked at my anus. And what I was saying to him was, ultimately what happened was, I was coming home, and anyway, someone hit me with my own walking stick. I fell on the ground, my limb twisted. Remember I was talking about it earlier on? Yeah, I was, yeah. So, I was in a bad way, and I was still up until recently, until I sorted it myself. One of the first things when I went to see the doctor inside in the hospital was I said, I think there's a connection between the pain I'm suffering in my limb, my lower limb, my amputated limb, the lower end of it, the extremity of it, and my anus, like in piles or a hemorrhoid sort of sense. And I knew there was. And he said, no, it cannot be. There's no connection between these parts of you. And I said, well, do you want to have a look anyway, Doc? And he had a look, and he didn't do anything about it. Anyway, 9 months later, nothing was done about anything. I'm still in the same sort of pain. And I said, fuck it. I know there's a connection here. I've got a little pin. I'll show it to you here, friends. Look, actually, I don't think I took it out. Hello, maybe I did. Oh, here we go. Look, so there's the pin. If you can see it sticking out at the end of the thread. So that's the thing I pierced it. And blood came out a little bit, not too much, a good bit as well. But a blood clot came out, and all the pressure almost seemed to lift instantaneously. Even though I still feel a little bit of angst in my leg, but it's fucking 80% reduced, definitely. So that was the last time. What does Jesus tell us? Physician, heal thyself. That's what I will say. You're the best you're the best mind engaged here in your own
Give them useful
well-being.
words. Fromage.
Why are you teaching them a French word if we're teaching them English?
I'm just saying useful phrases. Got a headache.
What would you do?
Fromage. We went to France, and I was more involved with the French language than Sarah was. Sarah was in a different mind place, I guess. But I was definitely involved in the French lifestyle when we were there for the long weekend. And I could easily see myself living there. I could have back then. Fucking hell, how things might have gone differently. Fromage. Je parle français comme un vache espagnol. And you drove through, as I said many times, to France. I got the 24-hour ferry from Rosselair to Arles, and I drove all across the diagonal of France to through Switzerland and through Italy as well. I was coming back from my sister's wedding in Lake Como, adjacent to Bellagio, close to Milan, which is northern Italy. I drove back up the vertical. So I went through Switzerland, Germany, Belgium, Holland first, Belgium, then back to France, and then back on the ferry again. What an experience! It lasted about a month overall, and it was just me in my car for the most part. But yeah, France stuck up in my mind. What a wonderful, wonderful country, and I guess in a sense, it's about how you can relate to the people. You know, the impression you have of the land will be about how much you can relate to the communal language and the general public. But not necessarily so as well. Not necessarily so. Belgium was the most gorgeous of places. I loved Belgium the most, but France was definitely a very, very close second. What was an influencing factor that I could speak the language somewhat? I definitely think so. But as I stand here now, I love everyone. I love everyone. I really do. I love the English people. I love the German people more than anything else. And when I was talking to Spaceman earlier on, and he mentioned about the box in the head, that was a reference to the movie Seven with Brad Pitt. And who's the other guy? I think of him anyway. Brad Pitt and was it Morgan Freeman? It might have been Morgan Freeman. It might have been as well. But yeah, anyway. But that brought me back to where I saw that. I saw that in the cinema back in 1997, either late 1996 or early 1997 in Reading, which is a place in England, with a girl called Suzanne. Oh, don't make me cry now about Suzanne. I knew.
What scenario would you do to teach them?
Who are you?
Will now teach you a useful scenario.
Yeah, who are you?
Anyone you want me to be. What do you want to do?
The bins haven't been emptied.
Okay.
Who are you?
You're making this scenario up. This is your...
the council.
It's up to you.
Right, you're my neighbour.
Okay.
Why do you keep putting bins out? The bin man doesn't come till Thursday. You keep putting bins out.
I'm sorry, Carl. I'm very sorry. I'm in a bit of trouble. I woke up this morning and it's the worst it's ever been. I've got distended. I've got a phone upset. Distended.
Distended arsehole.
Yeah, alright.
My balls are so low because I'm an old man.
And you put the bins out on a Thursday. The bin man doesn't come till a Thursday. It's Tuesday. You put the bins out too early. There's boxes getting out and there's shit all over the place. There's dirty underpants you keep putting in the bin. I've told you it attracts foxes. Stop putting the fucking bins out 2 fucking days early when they've got to sit there and it attracts shit. I'm trying to sell me flats. These dirty, shitty undies all over the fucking pavement.
This is...
That's me getting involved with fucking Spaceman. Even though I know he's winding me up, I know it's all a scenario. I'm still taking it seriously somewhat.
Happened to you, isn't it?
Yeah, it has, yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah, it has.
What did you
They
do?
don't give a shit. They don't give a shit.
They I know. Dickheads. Selfish. Selfish. Anyway. I have to laugh at spacemen coming in saying, I have to laugh at a dickhead coming in and saying, I've increased your numbers from 2 to 7. 2 to 7. I don't give a fuck if I got no numbers. No, I do. I mean, like, all due respect and all that. But at the same time, I have to stop screen sharing. Okay. It's hilarious, man. A spaceman wouldn't shut up. What am I supposed to do? I told him just shut up and listen to what's going on. He wouldn't do it. I got to ask myself, why is he coming in? He's a pretty significant character in all of this, definitely. And not that I don't value his company, his tales. Why can't he just fucking relax, though? Why can't he relax? Because I guess he knows he's playing some sort of eternal part. I would like to expand it a bit more on, well, what he's experienced, otherworldly experiences were supernatural, metaphysical experiences were to change his sort of view of perception in life, no matter what anyone else said. But at the same time, please don't think me a bully. What the fuck could I do? He wouldn't shut up like the last time. Couldn't find the mute button for him. I wouldn't have removed him if I could find the mute button within the little window at the bottom. Just shut the fuck up until you hear the thing out. And, well, here we go. I think my guitar is tuning now. Very disappointed, though, John, that you haven't written any of your own songs, even though you can play so many songs, 500 or 600 songs. Nice one, bud. But where's your own songs? Where's your own songs? This is not my song, by the way, so. He was young, he played in a band, the fans all screamed his name. And the fans he had were younger than he, and they all called looked the same. They leave at the end of the third show, go home to talk of the fun. Isn't it nice, the birds would say, isn't it nice, you got someone to idolize. He must be twice his size. I think it's great that you're going through a phase. I'm awfully glad it will only go for a couple of days. The colors change, the pages fell, but the singers remain the same. He never grew tired of singing that song, and the fans they call his name. They leave at the end of the second show, go home to talk of the fun. But most of the fans are married by then, and they have to be in. It is the loneliest night ever. But two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one. you've got someone to idolize. You must be happy besides. I think it's great that you still remember his name. I'm sure if you knew you were there at the show, we would all be glad that you came. The time's come when you're sad to speak of other things. Like a falling star who works in the bar yesterday's king. They leave at the end of the third show to still remember his fame. The time has come, the warrior said, to call your fan by name. What a great song that is. Great song that is. I wonder how many people know that song. Anyway, never said hello to anyone in chat. I never, what the time am I on here? 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, something like that. Be okay because I had 10 hours for the rest of the month. What the fuck did I get to do again? Nothing much as well. Let me share my screen again. Let me post the link again. All you have to do is scroll up anyway if you want to. But I want to do this, especially anyone interested in chess, because this is an ongoing puzzle. So I'm trying to work it out. Let me post my potential solution to the chess puzzle earlier. Let me post both of them. Let me share my screen. Okay. So yeah, once again, here's the original puzzle. And here is my proffered solution, even though I know it's not quite adequate. But I'll walk you through it anyway. Anyone interested in chess? All right. So the next move. Let me just fill up the screen with this. Right. I'm saying yes. Right, so I'm sure this is wrong. I've been told this is wrong, so I accept this is wrong. But this is my proffering for the next sequence of moves. White is to move, so black has moved his pawn from d7 to d6. So the next move I offer up it seems a bit obvious as well. So we know this is wrong, right? And once again, I'm going to start thinking seriously about it now, knowing that it's wrong. So there's no time on this clock, on this, right? But anyway, so bishop to h7, which takes the pawn. The king has no choice but to take the bishop. queen then moves to h5, given a check. Again, it all seems so obvious, isn't it? So the king moves back to g8. Now the next move, the fifth move for the, they call it for the white, is to move the rook up from f1 to f3. And the idea why it might be checkmate is because the threat is moving the rook. So you got to figure out what the king's next move is. But yeah, the threat is moving the rook from f3 to h3. So when the queen then moves up to h8, the king has no place to go. So what can black do to preempt this this checkmate? Well, all it can do is once it's moved the king back, and once the rook comes up for move 5, it has to understand that the king needs an escape pathway. So all it can do is move a pawn, as best as I can see it. If it moves its pawn 1 or 2 places, yeah, hang on a minute. Okay, yeah. So it's I think okay. Yeah, so for instance, if the black pawn moved down, then if the queen moves up for check, then the king can move down to f8 or f7, and then it would be a series of back and forth checks, but it wouldn't be sort of conclusive in that anyway. Okay, and it didn't. Okay, yeah, I accept that, and I accept that it's wrong. It would have won the game, of course, but yeah, not in such an immediate fashion, and that's why the next move is received the brilliancy move. So yeah, here we are again. So let me reconsider it, and I promise you, this is me. This is about. I promise you, Mangelo. Seriously reconsidering this. This is about 10 minutes, 15 minutes into it. So I had a few different moves in mind. So what do we make of this? White to move. You can rule out certain pieces that can move. The king, the pawns here, the rook, all these pieces are not viable moving pieces for the next venture. At the 2 bishops here, at the 2 pawns, moving a pawn out of the way will give ultimate access to the bishop here, which by the queen, a good way possibly of moving on. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, pawn moves onwards with a threat of the what do you call it? The bishop moving up to this square. Pawn takes the bishop, then the queen moves up to give a check. And this pathway is clear as well for the rook. Okay, let me copper fasten that in my own brain. This is a game of chess. You have to have patience. You have to have patience. I challenge Mangelo. So one in 400, top 400 in every country, 200 countries in the earth. You got 2 people at the top of their game. I haven't played chess in years, and I challenged him. And within 10 games, I said I would beat him. Not that I would draw with him, but I would beat him. The problem is that he's not willing to offer up his time, as I'm probably not as well. I realize in a big way chess is not a waste of time as such. It's a mental exercise. It doesn't count for anything. It's like being great at Tetris or like being good at, I don't know, bow and arrow or something like that. It doesn't, what is that add up to at the end of the day? But there is a greater, deeper significance to all of this. Chessboard is 8 times 8, and you, my friends, are 8, 8. Let me bring up actually, because I'm sharing my screen, something that I called it earlier on, or the answer in a sense. We're born into sin. Here we go. So to be or not to be, that is the quest ion. This is to be or not to be. If you just rotate this around, let me just do it myself here. Rotate it around 180 degrees. And there we have a B on one side, B on the other. But it depends on how you look at it. This is a sine wave as well. So we have this, and then we have the opposing wave, which is the other direction. And we just rotate this back. You know, sine wave, ISIS. Why is ISIS to be or not to be? Well, ISIS is you. Well, ISIS is you and your partner, I guess. It's not just you. You're is. I am to be. I am. Understanding you are separated from your female or male counterpart. You are half the story. It's only when you come together with your love, your male or female counterpart that the reconnection, the bridge is established. The sperm meets the egg, and before you know it, you have perfection. You have the whole in your hands, which is your child. The child grows up then to be divided when they come to maturity. Testicles drop. The blood comes forth, right? The blood comes forth. So yeah, this is all about unity, division, reunification. And if you separate yourself from the story, what the fuck am I supposed to do? What's the point of all of this then? Well, who are we talking to? Who are we relating to? Who are we engaging with? But that's a sine wave, sin wave, a division, emotion. Think about it in simple terms. If you have just hold your finger before you, move it up and down, just move it up and down on one level, one plane. You can move it up and down and sort of rotate around. That gives you a different plane of reference. Now move it up and down and in and out and around and around. What do you get all at the same time? You get the spiraling motion, and it is fundamentally going back to the spiral of life. It is the prevailing and energized prime motivator, prime actor at the center, prime activator. Yeah, that's probably better. Prime activator at the center, which generates life. But life is not complete. Life is divided. Nature is unnatural. So coming to understand that, or coming to considering that, makes possibly all the difference. Well, does it matter at the end of the day? No, it's not. Maybe it matters everything. Maybe it matters nothing. But let me go through just for the sake of it. So yeah, that's wrong. I'll get back to that puzzle tomorrow. I have an inkling to it. If anyone, and no one wants to come in anyway, so I'm on my own with the puzzle. Get back to it. Lots of other things I could. What do you see there, friends? What do you see there? Dodo bird, possibly. Imagine draining all the Earth's waters away. And the Gulf of Mexico up here filling in, and the Mediterranean Ocean, the Philippines filling in. The dodo bird jumps out. What's most significant? Plenty of cockerel jumps out, and chicken jumps out as well. But they all exist. The dodo bird never existed, except in symbolic form. Well, regarding the moon, brilliant. This is a reflection of solidity. It's an illusion. We can, if you imagine like You know those little spinners, the spinnerets. When we were growing up as children, you had a little UFO sort of shaped thing, and you had the central spine coming up from it, and you push down on it. What is it? A spinning top? You push down on it, and it spun around. That's sort of the equivalent as to what's happening here. Would you believe that this, see this circle here, or this area, it's called a rabbit ears in a sense. This, if you just rotate it around, this here, this area is the same as this area, and this area is the same as this area here. You're just looking at it from a different perspective. Anyway, I won't get too involved in the moon. Ultimately, only to say that all craters are an expression of one crater alone, which is this here, Aristarchus. Anyway, that's a different matter. I'm just trying to think of a song now I'll sing before I head off. And that'll leave me at least 10 hours for the next. I reckon, yeah, that's, you know what that is. Yeah, remember I was talking about Einstein, how I decoded Einstein. He didn't want to hear about it. He just wanted to fucking, Spaceman and John just wanted to spout out the usual rhetoric, the historic tale. Just read the textbooks, do the basic Google introduction. Tells about Einstein and what he said. Einstein is one stone. Piche decoded Einstein. Beyond what I'm going to say here, but Einstein is one stone. ST, one ST, one. One ST and one is ST, and ST rotated around ST and mirrored ST rotated. What do you get? 8I. 8I hate you, man. We are divided. We are male from female. Remember, male from female and self from self. That's overtly obvious. That we mirrored on the central spine, the central axis, external wise. But when it comes to the soft tissues, organs inside, they are divided in a separate way. And this is where the 8 comes into it. So ultimately, yeah, remember I showed that. Let me just rotate it around. That was ages ago. I did this as well. Let me rotate that around. There you go. Exactly what I posted earlier on, which is the 8. I didn't put the 2 bars at either side, but I put the line through the center of the 8. That very center point there, my friends, is your heart. Don't fucking betray your heart. Because the only one you're betraying is yourself. Everything you do, you know ultimately the reasons why you do it. There can be no other rationale behind it. Everything means something or it means nothing. And it has to mean the same for all of us. Even though men and women are intimately and intimately separated. That's, yeah, not sure what is required. Intimately separated. They're still part of the same thing. Something is lacking, the other will make up for. It's only when 2 aspects and all qualities are brought together does the perfect kind emerge. But you're not getting somewhere. You're getting back to somewhere. You're getting back to where you belong. Get back to where you once belong. Oh well, let's sing that song, man. So get back to where you once belong. Paul McCartney's the Dodo. When the Beatles broke up, Paul McCartney formed the band Wings, which is a reference to the Dodo bird and Alice in Wonderland. So I'm going to sing this song. It's the best weed ever. Anyway. Paul McCartney / Paul McCartney, the Dodo. Dodo representing symbolically the divided state of the land and the divided aspects of herself as well. We are greater than the material, so the external must reflect our internal division. But Jesus says heaven is without and within. That's what that means. So yeah, you cannot just dwell solely in one house. You have to understand that the clues are without, and recognizing this association between the external material world and this division and our own division and our own separation is paramount. Why Paul McCartney is one of the greatest clue givers? Well, he wrote this song, and I'll sing it. I pay attention to the words. Actually, let me just make sure I get the words properly sang, and said. I know the chords. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday, too suddenly. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Oh, such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe yesterday. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something yesterday. That was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I my troubles seem so far away. Now I need a place to hide away. Yeah, pay attention to the lyrics, friends. You've been there. If you paid attention to this point, anyway, it's probably a good point to leave it. Um, Thanks for tuning in, and good servant. How you doing, bud? Um, it's a shame you didn't join earlier on. The link was out there, and we had a good chat with Spaceman. But I would have liked if other people came in for chat as well. But that's okay. We'll do it next time. We still have about 10 hours left in the month for discussion. But how you doing, bud? I hope all is well, and well, of course, I hope all is well with everyone. Sort of times that we live in, and it'll all be true to yourself. And there's nothing more you can ask for that, isn't that? At the end of the day, when time means nothing, all your moments will be compressed, and let's face us all. What would we have done differently? That's for you to decide. Thank you very much for tuning in, and yeah, I think I've enjoyed the hangout overall, and I hope you've enjoyed the music. It's what time? 2:37, 23 or something like that. Close enough anyway. So yeah, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to say all hugs to all, great hugs to all, and love to all, and especially love to my son Steve. And until the next time, friends, take it easy. Oh well to all of you.